right, good morning. Is this on now? Good morning. Yeah. Good morning. I'm Felicia Marcus, the chair of the board, and today is Tuesday, June 7th, Election Day at 9:09 a.m. I should have had my vote by mail sticker on. Yeah. Hopefully everybody's voted. With me are to my left Vice Chair Fran Spivey Weber, to her left Board Member Dee Adamo, to my right Board Member Tam Doduk, and to her right Board Member Stephen Moore. Mr. Howard, will you introduce the staff that's assisting today?
Yes, to my left, Assistant Chief Counsel Andy Sawyer. Michael Laufer is out today. And to my right, Chief Deputies John Bishop and Eric Oppenheimer. And we have assisting the board today, Janine Townsend and Courtney Tyler.
Thank you very much. Emergency evacuation procedure for this building. Please look for the exit sign nearest you, and if you hear an emergency sound, grab your stuff and your friends and proceed cautiously out. We're back in Cesar Chavez Park over near the corner of 10th and J. If you want to wait with us, you'll know when the all clear sign is to come back. The meeting's being webcast and recorded, so please speak into the microphone. Close enough that it gets picked up, but not so close that it pops, which is important for the other people in the room, but also important for anyone that may be listening and recording, such as on radio. Also, to the extent that you have any devices that make noise, please set them on stun or on silent. Making sure I did that. And with that, we're on to the public forum, which is the part of the meeting where anyone can speak for a few minutes about a matter not pending before the board today. And we have a number of speaker cards this morning. So I'm going to give you the speakers in order, just so you all kind of know the order you're in. First will be Mr. Leland Fraseth, who also submitted a PowerPoint. Hugh Logan from the San Andreas Sanitary District. Libby Uramovic, Citizens of Beaumont, was thinking about you recently when I read the paper. Carrie Morrison for the Salton Sea from Eco Media Compass. All right, just so you know the order that you're in. Mr. Fraseth. And then, Jeanine, you want to put the slides up for him?
Podium microphone check.
Well done.
Chair Marcus and members of the board, my name is Leland Fraseth. I am representing myself. I am retired. I have built these two wooden boats, Vessel Homer and Vessel Pegasus. I need to go fast through this presentation to finish under 5 minutes. I remember the 2004 Jones Track levee breach. Slides 2 through 4 are copied from Geologic Setting of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta by Roger Stordson, Berkeley NSF Resin Project Meeting, January 2011. The asterisk refers to a note that when academia went back to check the pump logbooks, there were discrepancies. Water gushed through the breach and flooded the island within a few hours. Jones Track is farmland, not populated, and little hazardous materials to contaminate flooded waters. It took months to pump out. Most of the Delta Islands are below sea level. According to this graphic, Bethel Island is 10 to 15 feet below sea level. Bethel Island is immediately to the left of Frank's Track, the large blue area which flooded in 1936, again in 1938, and remains flooded today. This is a satellite view of Bethel Island with Frank's Track to the right. The inlet near the top is Horseshoe Bend, which will take 3 years at 75% match to meet Army Corps standards. The lagoon at the bottom was formed when the levee was breached to form Delta Coves, which Lehman Brothers abandoned in 2008 when they went bankrupt. This sign is typical in the Delta and an example of how unmaintained the signs and levees are, even with a 75% state match for major repairs. This is where I kept my homemade boat Pegasus in Sea Shed at Marina 1 on Bethel Island for 12 years. Imagine 10 to 15 feet of water here if the levee failed and the island flooded. Us boaters pull the plug at the ramp to drain water in the boat, so this boat will sink and be held down by the trailer and the bow strap. I became so concerned about the levees and Delta Coves, I brought my boat home 2 years ago. The locals kept voting down the levees to pay for the levees and their fire stations. They did pass a levy last year, though. This is a 48-pound lead-acid battery. Both my boats have two 48-pound lead-acid batteries for starting the outboard, the fish finder, and electric trolling motor. RVs in storage and the RV park have the equivalent of 4 to 6 of these batteries because they have more electrical loads. This is an estimate of the number of dry storage and RV spaces at marinas 1 through 4 on Bethel Island. Before 2008, there were over a dozen marinas on Bethel Island, but many went up for sale, then bankrupt in the recession. In this spreadsheet, I assumed 2 batteries per boat or RV. All the municipal drinking water intakes are on Old River and Middle River downstream of Bethel Island. These were my recommendations when I gave this presentation to the Contra Costa supervisors. My recommendation for the State Water Resources Control Board is that you ask industry and academia the feasibility to upgrade nodes to measure lead, mercury, herbicides, 2,4-D, glyphosate, and pesticides. This is a new node on the Sacramento River near Vieras. Another node was also added on Steamboat Slough near Hidden Harbor. These nodes measure flow and physical properties of the water. I recommend what I just read, that you upgrade the nodes to water chemistry. The pushpin symbol on the base map are the location of current nodes in the delta. The transparent overlay is the proposed California water fixed tunnel path. It might be helpful to prioritize node water chemistry upgrades to establish a baseline before construction and operation of the tunnels. Thank you, Chair Marcus, board members, and the public for listening to my presentation and recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Fraseth. Let me make sure that I understand. You want to make sure that we're doing a better job of measure. That's great. Of measuring what the water quality is now, and be concerned about what the water quality impacts of a levee failure would be.
We're
I just
not
want to be
measuring
precise.
water chemistry right now, except for a very few exceptions like salinity and pH, but measuring chemical compounds in the water, whether they're herbicides or pesticides, I think is a good idea, both from a levee failure perspective and also when the construction starts on the California water fix, because that's going to be pulling up a lot of earth and sediment that flowed down in the gold rush into our river system. And various things were done, mining of cinnabar, mercury used in the sluice boxes. I think measuring water chemistry at the nodes is a good idea for a number of reasons. Was I too expansive on that reply?
No, that's fine. I just want to understand it. I may ask, I mean, we have a hearing right now, so I can't ask somebody to leave, but I may ask John or John to have somebody just to call you, just to be clear that we're clear on what it is you're suggesting, but also someone can explain to you what we already do and what we might do, just to continue the conversation.
Division 5 called me right before the holidays, and they really haven't had a chance to work this issue, and Bethel Island is under their purview, so I think I should probably not say much more and give them maximum flexibility to work the issue.
All right, we'll just follow it.
Thank you, Chair Marcus.
No, thank you for
the
coming.
board and the
I
public.
actually
You
have
have
a
a question?
question.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
that was really interesting. Thank you. The slide that you had that has an estimate on batteries. Yeah. Do you happen to have any information on the island that flooded and anything that may have went under?
There was a study I found in a Google search of Jones Track, and there were a number of chemical studies that were done at the time because the interest was in perhaps that's a good way to store water, is in a flooded track. And the water chemistry studies I read through there, and I'm not a chemical engineer, I'm a mechanical engineer, but from what I read, they were pretty innocuous. It was farmland that flooded. It wasn't semi-occupied like Bethel Island. This was a sketch of an estimate that I did in order to present this issue, because I think it's important to present this issue to this board, that there is lead near our water, up to 23 tons of lead near our water. And it's not in our water for anybody listening on the radio or the World Wide Web. It's not in our water, and the people of Region 5 will do good work to make sure it isn't. But one of the tasks I had for the county supervisors, which I believe they've not done anything on, is that they do an inventory and a risk assessment. And so I think hazardous material fall under their purview, and I think they should do that. I don't know if they will or not, but I think they should. Did I answer your question?
Thank you very much.
Can she turn my slides off, or? Okay. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Logan?
Morning, Board.
Morning.
On behalf of the San Andreas Sanitary District, I want to thank the Board for giving consideration to disadvantaged communities in the updated intended use plan. I won't be able to speak next time. I'll be on vacation, so I wanted to speak now. We support the Board's efforts to allow greater project grants for disadvantaged communities. San Andreas is a small community located in Calaveras County along the foothills of the Sierra. Our district has 750 residential ratepayers and about 150 commercial ratepayers, with an overall population of 2,800. While our staff are innovative and cost-conscious, we face similar obstacles to infrastructure funding as other small communities, namely low incomes and few residents to share the cost of the projects. The district operates and maintains a Class 3 wastewater facility with an average dry weather flow of 0.25 MGD. In 2009, the district received a combination of grants and loans to construct an advanced activated sludge plant with tertiary filters in order to meet new requirements for ammonia removal. This project necessitated the increase of sewer rates to help cover the loan component. Currently, sewer rates are $69 a month, approximately 2% of our median household income, just to cover current O&M expense and debt service. Because the other infrastructure at the facility is aging and at the end of useful life, planning is underway to replace these systems in order to maintain adequate treatment and permit compliance. Even at 50% loan forgiveness, our district is not in a position to fund these necessary projects without a further increase in sewer rates. With our community's income already stretched to 2% of MHI, it's a tough sell to increase rates for more debt service, and our fears that critical projects could be delayed until complete failures occur. We strongly support efforts of the State Board to authorize a higher grant percentage for small, disadvantaged communities. A sliding scale towards 100% seems to make good sense based on the size of the project and the community's ability to participate. In the end, the projects implemented at our district will greatly benefit the wider community and the watershed. Thank you.
Very much. And have a good vacation. Ms. Yuromove. Yuromove, sorry.
That's all
I
right,
should remember
girl.
that.
Here to speak about the city of Beaumont. Were you having nightmares about us over there, Miss Marcus?
Well, I saw the story and I immediately thought of you, so give us an update.
And I was just here last month. This is only an update in the last month. On March 17th, 7 of the former Beaumont officials were indicted on fraud and embezzlement. One of them was Deepak Morjani, the Public Works Director for 23 years. They were only indicted for what they embezzled from the county, from the Western Riverside Council of Governments. But the next day, the city announced that the Securities and Exchange Commission had actually served subpoenas on the city in April. I brought you a copy of the authority's subpoena since the city says the authority owns the sewer plant. The city of Beaumont was served a subpoena, the Beaumont Financing Authority was served a subpoena, and the Beaumont CFD was served a subpoena. The thing is, the city has destroyed their records. There's $400 million missing. And they actually put it on record. Their city attorney, Pinckney, even said they can't make us produce documents we don't have. They're just destroying records. But let's talk about you. In November, the Santa Ana Regional Water Board issued a notice of the city is at capacity for their sewer. And the city apparently just threw it in the trash. We did a public records request and they couldn't even produce it. So on May 17th, the Regional Water Board issued a notice of violation. And I have the city's response that they sent. But what they say is, oh, don't worry about it. We have enough capacity for houses until 2027. But they completely leave out all their industry and commercial. And they actually did a request, an RFP for a wastewater regulatory program service to provide like a contractor to deal with their regulatory. Those contractors ask questions. You know, it's a little industry. Everybody knows what's going on in Beaumont. Everybody that's in the sewer business and water business knows what's going on in Beaumont. Those guys talk. So these contractors ask questions. Do you have a consent order? No, don't need one. Do you have any outstanding enforcement actions? None at this time. Is it possible to obtain a 2-year annual pre-treatment report? No such reports are available. The number of commercial users under the FOG program, the Fats, Oil, and Grease program, no inventory has been taken. No information available on commercial and industrial. No speaking English. That was their answer to everything. And it's true. They're not even keeping track. And I know this is way out of the state board's but the state has to step in and issue a cease and desist and step in on these people. They're crazy. They're just going to keep building. They're just going to ignore the state. And they talk about how in 2017 they're going to come up with $70 million to build that recycled water facility that is never going to happen. It's, the thing is, one of the men that were indicted was Henry Edgars, who was the planning director, the CEQA official, and the principal of Urban Logic Consultants. And he wrote a negative declaration on every CEQA for 23 years. And they've built houses, 15,000 houses in that city. Not a fire station, there's no recycled water, there's no roads, there's nothing. They stole all the money, and they wrote negative declaration. You all have got to step in. And I'm going to hand this to your lawyer, but I'm going to tell you, there's a class action law firm coming at you. And it's going to look a lot better if you all say, hey, we stopped this. Okay, we stepped in and we took some action. Whether to say, wow, we sat for 20 years and we kept passing paper back and forth. Okay, you guys have got to step in. 40,000 people, and their sewer plant is 85 years old and run down. And they know it, and there's just nothing they can do because it's so out of control. You've got to step in as a state. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Here you go.
Give that. Yeah, well, actually we do.
You have any questions? It's
No,
you read the headlines, Google it, it's a mess, but
Yeah, it's
you-
probably
you've
too
gotta
big
step in
to
as a
ask
state.
now, but thank you for flagging it, and I know we had folks looking into it, so having attorneys, the whole team look at it, important.
Thank you.
Thanks. Save that. Carrie Morrison. Hello, Mr. Morrison. Fine.
Thank you. My name is Kerry Morrison. I am with the Eco Media Compass and representing the Salton Sea. I just wanted to graciously remind you of the dire situation at the Salton Sea. We have seen some progress. There's excitement. Well, for a little bit of background, Salton Sea is California's largest lake. It is at a place where if we don't maintain the water levels, the salinity would spike, killing off hundreds of millions of fish and birds and exposing countless square miles of playa that could create dust storms much worse than Owens Lake. We see that this would be expedited greatly at the end of 2017 when the quantification settlement agreement water transfer would transfer close to 40% of the inflow of the Salton Sea to coastal cities that need the water. We understand they need the water, and we understand people are thirsty, but we don't believe I'm probably speaking for 95% of the people at the Salton Sea. We don't believe that it is the right thing to do to either make this transfer without a plan set up or have some serious construction underway because of the loss of so many lives. I encourage the State Water Resources Control Board to enact a state of emergency for the Salton Sea to monitor and encourage progress at the sea. We do have a couple wetlands under construction we're excited about. Imperial Irrigation, Imperial County, and the Sunny Bono Wildlife Refuge are working on a 420-acre wetland. My team and I have monitored the progress of it extensively through drone footage and through surveys there, and it's moving, but there's not really anything in the coffers to help it along. The governor recently set aside an $80 million budget that hasn't really gone into the pockets of anything in Salton Sea yet, but for a 3-year restoration plan. It's a couple $billion-dollar challenge. And if we don't set some serious money aside towards this right away, this is going to happen. The salinity will spike. We will lose the only place that California has added wetland habitats since 1899. We will lose that. So I wanted to remind you, thank you for your efforts so far, but remind you that there are a lot of people that are working on this, but we need a real push from you. We need a real push from the government. We want to encourage short-term habitat and dust mitigation immediately, and then also seriously put more staff, put more funding on long-term solutions as well, such as seawater import, which would cover all of the dust and at least give us options for habitat, give us options for geothermal power desalination. These solutions are on the table. We know how to fix the sea, but we need a serious step from the government before we lose it all. And I thank you for what you've done so far, but I encourage a state of emergency before we lose California's largest lake. And
Are you participating in the committee, in the project committee that just met last week, I believe?
I was not at the meeting with the project committee. I am on the state's outreach committee. I'm happy where these are going, but
The project committees are really important, and if you, particularly because you're listing lots of projects that the state and others should be funding, and the decisions about the facts associated with those choices, whether they be cost effective or not, or kind of what part of the playa they might cover or not, is that it's the project committee where that discussion is being held. I know they just held their first meeting. They're going to be meeting fairly regularly because that will be the first place for locals in particular, but also locals working with state and feds to shape what should be in the plan that you're suggesting, that there be a plan that we can invest in. And so I would strongly, and I know you're just one person and have probably 10,000 things to do, but maybe there are others in your committee that or in your group that could help, but definitely participate in that committee.
thank you. I will definitely reconsider stepping onto that committee. I've been invited to be on any committee from the state that I would like to be a part of, but I think what we're seeing is the people on these committees and the local governments are planning for an $80 million plan. What I'm seeing going through locally and what most of the people are seeing is very, very little action, not fast enough, and people keep repeating this $80 million number. And 80 million's a start, but it's cute. It's not enough. It's a joke compared to the grand scheme of what it needs. So I believe that these projects will be taken more seriously once there's some sort of believing in the area that there's going to be a real budget set aside towards it. And also, we really want to see the long-term planning plans being taken seriously. There were 10 to 12 plans presented. We helped put together 4 of those. And I heard that the recommendations didn't even get to the governor. And it seems like they should have by now if this transfer is going to go through next year. So I'm just encouraging as much as you can for the Salton Sea because it needs it. And thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you all very much. It's always interesting. I appreciate it. Next, board business would be considering the minutes from May 3rd and there are two sets.
Only one.
Yeah, I only saw one, but the agenda says there are two. Okay, just one.
There's only one, and I just caught an error. On page 3, under my board member report, I chuckle at the thought of OEBA conducting a date innovation challenge, but it's actually data. With that, I'll move for adoption.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
And second
Minutes are
thing that I
carried.
forgot, may I please?
Yeah.
We're going to be putting together a series of Salton Sea films
Oh, good.
playing in Sacramento. I'm hoping at the Secretary of State's office, if not the Crocker Museum. We're going to be doing that in September, so we're looking to have a day of Salton Sea. We'd love to invite you. I'll keep you up to date. If there's anyone else that you would like to have see what's going on as the Salton Sea as far as multimedia, please bring them along, but that'll be in September. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Good. All right. As we move to uncontested items, we have item 2 and 3, and on item 2, I understand an edit is necessary. So, Mr. Polimas, Mr. Kowski.
So good morning, Darren Polhemus, Deputy Director, Division of Financial Assistance, and Joe Karkowski, Manager for the groundwater, or for this particular project, is here with me as well. So we caught an error, not as fun as Tam caught, but Joe caught an error in a resolution in one of the whereases, and so he'll read that into the record for your consideration. So go ahead, Joe.
Okay, good morning.
Morning.
So this is the number 6 under the whereases, so it should now read, the county responded to the breach of agreement for both agreements by proposing the 3 replacement projects to remove or reduce coarse sediment, trash, fine particles, and dissolved particles and infiltrate approximately 11.6 acre feet per year of water.
Move adoption
Second.
for both, and with the amendment.
Both items and the amendment to item number 2. Okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, they carry. Thank you for catching that. Next, we have an informational item on the drought, then an informational item on water conservation, and then I just want to flag, we have an informational item on the petroleum storage fee, and then as we move to action items, we have water recycling requirements, and then another proposal that deals with site cleanup. So I may want to move that one up so that everybody who's here for, not here for the water recycling requirements can take off. Is that all right? Was there a reason why they were separated that way? Okay. And we'll take a break, a short break before the water recycling requirements. Hi.
Hi. Good morning, Chair Marcus, Vice Chair Spivey Weber, and board members. My name is Rich Sikowski. I'm an engineer in the Bay Delta program. And with me today is Diane Riddle, the program manager for the Bay Delta and Hearing section. We have a short, or actually a brief update on drought conditions. There's a couple of items. The first one is Water Right Term 91 was implemented on June 2nd, 2016, where the state board issued curtailment notices to 93 permits and licenses in the Bay Delta watershed. The second one is that, second item is related to the drought contingency plan and temperature management plan. We did receive the May update to the drought contingency plan on May 27th. That's pursuant to the Water Right Order 2015-43. Related to that, the reclamation and the fishery agencies are continuing to have discussions on the final temperature management plan. Reclamation, the fishery agencies will be meeting today or tomorrow to work on this. Once Reclamation gets to a more final plan, they plan to share it with Tom Howard and the board. Resolution, according to Reclamation, is expected sometime this week. And that,
Resolution meaning they'll submit something to us sometime this week, and then we'll,
Yeah, I think they
yes.
expect to come to resolution with NIMS in the next day or so and then submit a plan to us for consideration.
all right. And have they had continuing meetings and
Yeah,
outreach
we've
with
had
stakeholders?
Continuing, well, we had a meeting just Friday with some NGO interests, and I believe they're having discussions with their contractors along the way. So yeah, and we've had repeated technical meetings looking at options and the benefits and drawbacks of different options.
That's quiet.
that was it.
I'm not complaining, really. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. All right. Update on emergency water conservation. Morning.
Slides, but we can definitely begin. All right. Good morning, Chair Marcus, members of the board. Yelena Hartman, Senior Scientist at the Office of Research Planning and Performance, with Jasmine Oaxaca from the Office of Enforcement. We are providing our monthly update on the emergency water conservation regulation, focusing on the data reported for April 2016. This is the 23rd month since we've had urban water reporting, and the 11th month since the conservation requirements came into effect in June 2015. Adjustments were adopted by the board that allowed suppliers to submit adjustments for climate growth and supply credits, and those took effect in March. So April 2016 is the second month with the adjusted conservation standards. And compliance with those conservation standards is cumulative, so savings since June 2015 through the current month. And Office of Enforcement will provide an update, but they continue to work with suppliers who are falling short of their conservation standards. Typically, we do look at the weather conditions, as cooler and weather can reduce water use in general. So these two maps are comparing 2013, which is our baseline for comparing water usage. And so map on the left shows average temperature in April in orange bars in 2013, and in blue bars are April 2016. And it's, as always, it's variable. Some areas were cooler, others were warmer than in 2013. Statewide, it was ever so slightly cooler by 0.2 degrees Fahrenheit. And the map on the right shows total precipitation in orange columns in 2013 and blue columns in 2016. And April this year has been wetter than in 2013. And to just kind of get a picture of the current water year, which started on October 1st, 2015, through the end of May, the map shows percent of average precipitation. So areas in green and yellow are doing well. They're around average. We see that Northern California received just about average precipitation. There are pockets that are above average, but we see in Sacramento Valley, we have areas that are below average. And then looking at Southern California, we have precipitation that's between 50, 70, 90% of average. However, in red, are areas that are less than 50% of average. So El Nino happened, but we're at around average or below overall. In terms of snow water, which we track, we going through spring into the summer, just as we expect, see diminishing snowpack. One thing that we have noted and discussed with the board last time and this time as well is that we have a fast snow melt, and for this date we are at around 23%, what we would normally have this time of year.
Do you have any, oh, there you go. Some of that went in, obviously it melted into reservoirs, not all of it, but some of it. Do we have a breakdown of that from DWR?
The reservoir storage that's from snow
Yeah,
melt?
I mean, the fact that the reason we use April 1st is because it tends to be the height of snowpack. Subsequently it melts, but a lot of it melts into the reservoir, so it's not like what it would, April 1st is the key number, right? So do they have a breakdown of how much, since so many of these reservoirs are in okay shape, others are not, of how much of that snowmelt went into reservoirs? It's not critical, I'm just curious.
Right. I'm not sure if they keep track of that, but as you noted, a lot of that snowmelt has been captured in reservoirs. Of course, reservoirs have flood operations obligations, so some of the water had to be released from some of the reservoirs. But now with the major storms behind us and with so much of the snowpack behind us, what we see in reservoirs now when those flood operation obligations cease is, as you said, it's a mixed bag. 5 of the 10 largest reservoirs are near or above their historic average, looking at the rightmost column in blue bars. So definitely some of that snowmelt is captured in the reservoirs, and if we find out the breakdown, we can bring it back to the board at the next update. On the other hand, looking at the other 5 reservoirs, they're substantially below what they're supposed to be for this time of year, and looking at capacity, 2 are below 1/3 full. So the great news is the biggest reservoirs, the 2 biggest ones are doing really great.
I'd like to follow up on, I think that's a really good point, and maybe it'd be helpful to get an update from the drought team, looking at this from a number of different angles. I think probably one of the biggest challenges with that early melting is temperature, how it relates to the temperature issue. But a finer look at the reservoirs where they can take it versus those that aren't able to take it. Maybe there's some other component that we're not even thinking about, but it's a really good question.
And one of the things that is currently happening is the forecast-informed reservoir operations. So with our improved forecasting capability for when exactly our big storms are coming and where they will land, there are experimental operations on the Russian River that if there is no need to release water due to saving space for flood protection, then we can save that water in the reservoir instead of releasing it. So the acronym is FIRO, Forecast Informed Reservoir Operations. And so there is definitely more information that's finer about related to temperatures and forecasting ability for the storms. So we can bring more information about that and work with the drought team.
And I understand that a part of this is also the atmospheric rivers discussion and forecasting when and where those rivers will dump the water. And that's very important too. So I assume that whatever you bring to us in the future will be able to include that as well.
Absolutely. Atmospheric rivers are a key. We actually have been in conversations, and there was a change of plans for today, but we are hoping to bring you more information on the atmospheric rivers. And so I think that would probably address much of this topic.
But just make sure you coordinate with the drought team, because that's when we normally get the updates on things like this.
Yes, sounds good. Finally, we do look at the metric of unmanaged drought through the U.S. Drought Monitor. And as of May 31st, we see that northwestern part of California is no longer in drought, But according to this metric, we are looking at 84% of the states still in drought conditions, and 59% is actually severe, extreme, and exceptional drought. This is a vast improvement from 94% classified as severe, extreme, and exceptional drought a year ago. But it's obvious that we are still in drought, and really to get us out of 4 years of drought, we need above average precipitation for some time to come. So we didn't quite come out of the drought, and I think the great news is that with drought still around us, Californians are continuing to save. And this slide shows the result, both cumulative savings in orange line and for monthly savings in purple columns. And for April 2016, Californians reduced their water use compared to 2013 April usage by 26.1%, and that brings the total cumulative statewide savings to 24.1%. And the water saved in April 2016, which is 43.7 billion gallons, with the savings up to April, brings us to 466.3 billion gallons saved. So that is enough water saved to provide 7.5 million Californians with water for 1 year. So that's 8% of the state population, and those savings are really good.
No, it's great. It's terrific. The public gets it, which is great.
Also look at residential gallons per capita per day consumption, and in April 2016, it was 77 gallons per capita per day. This is improvement from last year when the usage was 90 gallons per capita per day, and compared to 2013 when that residential gallons per capita per day was 104. So we are down significantly, and I think it demonstrates the savings that the California residents are kind of integrated in their lifestyle. And there are certainly some suppliers that are not meeting their cumulative conservation standards, but our Office of Enforcement continues to work with them, and Jasmine will provide more information on that.
Good morning, Chair Marcus, members of the board. This chart shows supplier enforcement actions since June 2015. The general increase in complaints, warnings, and penalties continues as we head into the summer months. Looking more closely at the rate penalty data, which is the light green, tied to usage over a certain water budget or allocation, of the 60 suppliers reporting rate penalties in April, about 72% showed improved cumulative savings compared to March. This chart is the breakdown of suppliers by compliance priority. March and April compliance is about the same, with a significant increase in compliance due to the revised conservation standards that went into effect in March. Of the 4 suppliers in priority 1 this month, missing their standards by 15%, 2 have conservation orders and 1 has an alternative compliance order. Our current enforcement strategy is on hold right now, pending what the landscape looks like after we receive supplier self-certification later this month. For the 11 suppliers with conservation orders, not a lot has changed since last month. 1 supplier is still meeting their new conservation standard, and most show upward trends for cumulative savings. Missed cumulative percentage and volume has improved significantly since February due to the revised standards. For the 7 suppliers with alternative compliance orders, again, not a lot has changed. All suppliers continue to meet the directives of their orders. The need for and applicability of conservation orders and alternative compliance orders for suppliers who choose to self-certify will be evaluated on a case-by-case basis as we move forward. Orders or parts of orders may be rescinded as appropriate and with further discussion.
Yeah, it's going to be more complicated, obviously. I sort of wouldn't mind a follow-up briefing about the enforcement strategy and how you're thinking about it.
I did want to mention the 4 administrative civil liability complaints issued last fall. Beverly Hills has paid. For the other 3, we accepted proposals for supplemental environmental projects that went above and beyond what was required by the emergency regulation, with the added benefit of keeping funds locally and improving conservation programs within the communities involved. Stipulated orders are now in effect for Indio Water Authority and Coachella Valley Water District. Indio Water Authority's project will increase public outreach, particularly to schools in disadvantaged communities. They will introduce an evaporative cooler rebate program, and they're creating a customer website portal for customers to track their usage in real time. Coachella Valley Water District's project will initiate a landscaper certification program that focuses on water efficiency. This certification will become a prerequisite for obtaining or renewing landscaping business licenses within the cities and counties of the Coachella Valley. And lastly, a settlement agreement with Redlands will be posted for public comment this week. Next steps in terms of enforcement, like I mentioned previously, our current strategy will be reevaluated pending supplier self-certification submittals this month per the recently revised emergency regulations, and Yelena will speak more to that next.
Thank you, Jasmine. Board adopted adjusted and extended emergency regulations that go through January 2017, and under that regulation, suppliers will propose their own conservation standards based on their ability to meet their demand under additional 3 dry years. Those will become effective on June 1st, so we will get those reports and have them in mid-July and report to the board in early August. For that self-certification of supply, wholesale water suppliers will provide information on a publicly available website by June 15th, and then retail water suppliers have until June 22nd to submit their analysis to support their conservation standard going forward. So really, to wrap up the monthly update, we do have Californians that are continuing to save. We do have drought that's persisting, but working together, hopefully, we will make wise moves going into the hot summer months and continue to conserve. And a reminder to protect our trees in the drought. Information on protecting trees on saveourwater.com/trees.
One question or one comment. The California Public Utilities Commission will be voting on Thursday on their mirror of what we have just adopted for conservation, for water conservation. And I know there's some issues that are coming up, and so I want to make sure that we're in contact with Jamie Orman or Commissioner Sandoval. Should any questions come up that they need, that they need responses to fairly quickly. So make sure that you're on speed dial to them. Also, they're very interested in looking into the evaporative cooling issue, because a lot of the evaporative cooling devices were put in place because they were considered more energy efficient than air conditioners. And so, but they're not being, many of them are not being kept up, and so their efficiency has gone down. So I know they are looking into that issue as well. So that might be something either that I would think that we would be interested in making sure that it's whatever they come up with is something that we promote as well.
Certainly, that's something that staff will be available and keep track of for sure what CPUC does on Thursday.
What I'm noticing in between the clippings and some of the letters that we've received, for those that are self-certifying to a much lower requirement than what they had previously, saying that they're still going to continue their conservation efforts. And so could you give us some sense on dates? Because I know we are always getting the information and then the report comes out a bit later. At what point will we start to be able to judge whether or not that is in fact the case, on seeing, you know, the trend with the new self-certification taking effect?
The first report with the self-certified standards in effect will be on the August meeting. So we will have reports for June ready and present to the board, and that's going to be the first month. And of course, 1 month may not tell the story, so keeping track of what happens and reporting back to the board in August and following months will give us the story. But August will be the first month to report for period that's going to be under the conservation standards that are based on self-certification.
Yeah, it's gonna be a more complex set of reports. I don't envy you, but it'll be very interesting. But I think we're gonna need it's more than numbers now. So I think there's going to be a story that unfolds as we get the submissions about what water folks are relying on. I mean, one of the things that agencies were upset about is that we, in some ways, weren't allowing them to tell their story about how they had, in fact, prepared since the last drought. And that's an important story for them to be able to tell their ratepayers, so the ratepayers will continue to support that sort of work. We also want that story to include conservation and efficiency, which is the cheapest water that you can get. And so in the submissions that we get, you all are going to need to figure out how to report to us the kind of story that you're seeing. And also, you're going to have to look at the submissions and not just take them as a given, but really see if the math adds up. I know, David, we've talked about this a lot, but I'm anticipating that these reports will become more narrative and complex and storyline oriented, and you're going to have to bunch things. So hopefully, I know you guys aren't made of time, but I think we have a more complex story that we're going to need to be reviewing here. And I think there'll be two interesting sets of numbers apropos of what Board Member D'Adamo said, which will be the self-certification that people give based on their supplies and then what they actually deliver in terms of conservation. I know there'll be plenty of agencies that will come in with a low number or a zero number, but then come in with conservation that's still high, which would be the ideal. But then there'll be some folks, you'll just have to see, who are not encouraging conservation, but encouraging folks to use more water, and we're just going to have to put a spotlight on it.
I'll just add, based on the question by Board Member D'Adamo and your comments, that we're going to be getting our first report in August, but we're working on our form right now for the self-certification and the data that will be submitted. And so there are a number of notes fields, like Vice Chair Spivey-Weber asked for when we adopted the regulation. So we have been coaching the suppliers how to use that, what information to put in there. And then we also currently have a box where any of the suppliers can check if they're going to have a voluntary conservation standard that's higher than what the data and analysis that they do for their supply and demand would otherwise give them, because we want clear and accurate data submittals from everybody. But we also want to give them the opportunity to set a higher conservation standard and then pat themselves on the back if they do that. So we're going to have that information with the first submittal of the one-time self-certification reports, and that's June 22nd. So we will, I think, be able to report back at least as to what people say they're going to be doing as they're asking for the self-certification standard. And then in August, we'll have numbers about what they're actually doing.
Right, as well as being able to give us a story of how many you accepted and how many you didn't and how many you're still reviewing, right? Because there's, okay.
I was curious about that very point as far as managing expectations and in our ability to review many submittals. Are you giving folks a timeline in terms of our ability to review and accept certain the self-certification? Is it a month or what are we targeting?
We're going to be working as fast as we can, but what we've been telling everybody, first of all, the regulation doesn't have an acceptance process. There's just the opportunity for a rejection, and we've been working with the suppliers and telling them that what we expect to do is just be reviewing for obvious errors, double counting from suppliers. That's why we have the wholesalers giving us their data beforehand so we can make sure that nothing is double counted and things like that. So we're not going to be digging deep in the first review in the first few weeks at the end of June after the self-certification forms come in and rejecting based on things that maybe are wobblers and go one way or the other, because that's their job to be putting these together. So we're going to be reviewing them very quickly for obvious errors and things that are sort of disqualifiers for rejection. But we'll do some continual review and ask questions as the data comes in and as the suppliers are continuing to remain in contact with us. That's
Well,
the plan.
isn't part of the point of posting it all is also for folks to be able to challenge it? It's using transparency as the tool rather than,
We don't want to be the only ones with the information that's
Right.
being provided. We
Right.
want the customers to have access to what their suppliers are doing, how they arrived at their conclusions and did their analysis. And so we're trying to design the forms right now to allow all of that to be easily digested by anybody and not just staff who have been working on this for several years.
This sort of starting to get at the issues that we grappled with a year ago, when folks were asserting years of supply in a groundwater basin, and the difficulty we had to do a quick review of that. Now we'll be relying not only ourselves but others to review assumptions about which water in these basins is really spoken for which water suppliers.
we'll see. It will all show where we are. All right. Any other questions? Thank you all for the hard work, and most of all, thank Californians for saving so much water.
That's a good sign in April. And
That was great. Well, I think folks get it now, so let's hope they don't dial it back. I think the public gets it. All right. Let's move on to item number 6. No cards for item number 6? We don't have any cards. Are there folks in the audience for this item? All right. Why don't you bring up the folks for items number 6 and number 8? And you can give a quick summary of item 6 just for folks listening on the web who may have called in just to see. And then we'll go to item number 8.
Okay. Okay.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Babcock, Assistant Deputy Director of Division of Financial Assistance Cleanup Fund Branch. With me are Tim Post, Section Chief, Therese Barakat, Office of Chief Counsel, Catherine Dominic is the head of this SCAP unit, the Site Cleanup Subaccount Program, and Julie Osborne from Office of Chief Counsel. Yes. Okay. So this is the annual information item with the opportunity for public comment regarding the appropriate allocation of 3 mils or 3/10 of a cent per gallon of petroleum fuel stored, known as the petroleum storage fee, as required by Senate Bill 445, which became effective September 2014. The State Board's not required to take an action at this time. Slide. Oop, what did I do?
That did it.
I did something wrong. Okay. So the 3 mils was set aside by Senate Bill 445 for funding 3 programs. Rust for funding, Rust funding for petroleum storage, underground storage tank removal, replacement, or upgrade. School district claims for cleanup of petroleum UST releases, and the new site cleanup subaccount program, which we call SCAP, for identification of sources, investigation, and remediation of the harm caused by surface water and groundwater contamination. Information items for public comment at the State Board meetings have been held December 14th, 2014 and July of 2015 regarding allocations for the fiscal years 15-16 and 16-17 respectively. This information item is regarding the allocation for fiscal year 2017-18. The baseline appropriation has been, and we recommend it continue, to be a 50-50 split between
Advance
the
the
RUST
slide.
program. No.
Next slide.
Been a 50-50 split between the RUST program and the site cleanup subaccount program, with none for the school district account due to an ongoing lack of need from the school district account. School district account currently has a balance of $9 million. The annual rate of reimbursement has been about $1.4 million annually. So at that rate, we still have another 6 years of funding in the school district account. What has happened over this last year is the estimate of the revenues was originally expected to be about $39.5 million per year. And in fact, what has happened is that we've been, the collection of the fee has been about 30% higher, adding about $11.5 million with a total of about $51 million. We expect this is because the gas prices are low and people buy more gas. Assuming that that rate continues, then there would be about, with a 50-50 split, there would be about $25.5 million each year for RUST and SCAP. So the RUST program, I think one of the biggest interests is, how much money will both programs need over time in the next 10 years before, 9.5 years before fund sunset. And what we know since a year ago, is that there are about 885 small businesses that might have single wall tanks. This is the new demand on the RUST funding, since the deadline to remove tanks is at the end of 2025. The average demand per facility has been $420,000 per facility. The maximum that's allowed is $820,000 per facility. So if you multiply that by the 885, you end up with the potential demand of either $370 million if you go with the average, or $725 million for the maximum. The amount that, with the 50-50 split and loan repayments from loans in the RUST program, then about $250 million are expected to be collected over the next 9.5 years, which is maybe close to or half of what could be the demand. We are finding that despite our increasing, our constant marketing and outreach efforts, the increase in demand on the fund has only been 2% over previous years. And the more we talk to tank owners, we understand that they are purposely delaying removing tanks, sometimes to sell to somebody else, or just wait till the end. So, but we continue with the outreach efforts. The money in the fund will continue to accrue until the demand is there. The other thing that's very interesting is that because these are loan repayments, even after the fund sunsets, the current fund sunset date, there's about $28 million per year, if that money continues to be loaned out, that would come into the fund for the next 10, 20 years. So that's $280 million for each decade, for the next couple of decades.
Well, so each year you assess what it is you want to recommend allocation. If something changes dramatically, next year you'll recommend something else.
Right. Okay. But without the demand, it's hard to project anything. So then the next, so for the site cleanup subaccount, I'm going to talk a little bit about the revenues here, and then for the next item, we'll talk about the other update and the what's before the board. So the revenues in the site cleanup subaccount collected over the last 15 months is about probably $28 million. We have in-house about $49 million worth of requests, which is half. So we've collected about half what we need. But as we collect the funding and the revenues over this next 12 months, and as we move forward on executing grant agreements, we think that there will be about a wash, that we'll have about enough money to get through the ones that the project requests we've received so far. But we also are continuing to receive applications. So hopefully we'll have we'll stay ahead of the demand with our grant executions. And program information.
Other PowerPoint, unless
Yeah,
there's a question?
I have one question. I spent yesterday with a number of the disadvantaged community representatives in Los Angeles who were quite active in the passage of 445. And so they were asking lots of questions, and Joe Karkowski was there to help answer some of those questions. But they were particularly interested in whether or not there needed to be any changes in the legislation based on your experience. I said we're just getting started with the program, so it's a little early. But I did you have flagged the fact that for the RUST program, there is a deficit in people coming forward because they're hedging their bets as to what they'll do in the future. I think we should be thinking about maybe ways of incentivizing people to come forward sooner rather than later, or to make decisions as to whether they're not going to come forward, or at least to decide what will happen to the money in the RUST fund if it's not used. So just wanted to pass that along. I think that those are questions that if we deal with them now and deal with them with the legislature, which is very interested in this approach, and with the environmental justice folks, we will be ahead.
I'm just going to introduce this a little bit. So as we just discussed, the SCAP program is a new funding program to address contamination from man-made constituents. This type of funding program has been envisioned for, at least I've envisioned it for over 25 years. The type of, and it's now a reality with the enactment of SB 445. Let's see. So what is before the board today is a proposed resolution to delegate the implementation of this SCAP program to the Deputy Director of the Division of Financial Assistance. And what we will also do is give an update in terms of how we've been implementing the program so far. So just briefly, the resolution before you is requesting the delegation for the Deputy Director to do a number of things: to approve the expenditure of funds from the site cleanup subaccount, to approve SCAP projects and grants, to execute SCAP grant agreements, contracts, and amendments, to refer actions to the Attorney General to recover any monies that may be due to the site cleanup subaccount, and to perform other actions necessary to administer the site cleanup subaccount. The process is very similar to other delegation of other programs, but I'll run through them really quickly. Applications are received on an ongoing basis. Projects are reviewed to determine whether eligible and appropriate for SCAP funding. One of those requirements is whether the responsible party has received a regulatory directive from a regional board. That action can be waived, and that is one of the delegations. Oh, sorry. There we go. Division staff also reviews financial information of the responsible party to evaluate if they have the financial resources to pay for response actions, which is required in the law. The review also includes details of the proposed project scope of work and cost estimate provided in the applicant's project execution plan, or PEP, which we're using now throughout the underground storage tank cleanup program. Similar to other division funding programs, division staff would recommend projects to the Deputy Director for funding. Similar to cleanup and abatement account projects, there are no guidelines or regulations for SCAP, so decisions on projects are discretionary. However, statute provides for required considerations, which Catherine will discuss in a minute. Projects approved by the Deputy Director would be added to a list of funded projects that will be posted on the State Water Board's website. Status updates on SCAP implementation and the SCAP projects will be provided annually through the Executive Director report. The funding agreements would then be negotiated and executed by the Deputy Director for each approved project. So staff recommends the State Board adopt the resolution. If you have no questions on that, I'll turn it over to Catherine.
Still hold it closer.
Closer.
That sounds right.
Good morning, Chair Marcus and members of the board. I'm just going to give you an overview of where the program's been since we started with creation of the subaccount in September 2014. So as Lisa said, it is a program that gives grants and contracts to people who have projects that are addressing sites that we haven't been able to address before. And the applicants can be anyone. In this case, individuals, small businesses, regulatory agencies, tribes, and municipalities can apply for SCAP funding. We do use the Department of General Services for contracting with regional boards who apply as well, so that they can do their projects directly. I will, thank you. But everybody begins with an application using the FAST tool. As Lisa mentioned, there are several considerations that the statute mentions that we reflect on when we review our applications, and they're shown here. The significance of the threat to human health and the environment is one. Whether the applicant has an alternate source of funds besides the grant, whether the project's located in a disadvantaged or small community, the cost versus benefit of the project, and some other considerations as well. Those other considerations we've developed over looking at a number of applications and may consider such things such as whether the project's a priority for one of the regional boards, whether the project is in an area where drought conditions have exacerbated a current threat to groundwater or surface water, whether the project is in an environmental justice area, for example, and many other things have come up along the way as well.
The point is, it's great money that we haven't had before, but it's not a massive amount of money, so prioritize spending it wisely.
And I would add to that, by filling out the FAST form, and this was the point that was made yesterday, I think very, very clearly, and sending that into the Division of Financial Assistance, you as staff can figure out where this money can be spent, where groundwater Prop 1 money can be
Right.
spent, where revolving loan fund money from the drinking water account or from the clean water account can be spent, rather than applicants having to figure it out themselves.
Absolutely. And we have those coordination discussions weekly as the new applications
And this
come to
also
us.
includes DTSC. DTSC can apply for funding because we often coordinate with them on a lot of these cleanup issues.
Yes. Thank you. So this next slide sort of shows a blue area where the ideal candidate might fall. However, not all of our candidates are ideal. And so we do work with them, and we work with our regulators as well to help develop these projects after the pre-application stage. So one of the other considerations would be whether we think that there's sufficient funds to even bring this project to completion. So this slide just shows that there's a universe of applicants out there. And the following slide is a donut chart that shows that we reviewed a number of applications, and the white numbers are the 44 that we received in 2015 that were the first batch. So of this group, you can see that more than half of those sites were projects that addressed solvents at dry cleaner sites. We do have some petroleum UST, and we have some other industrial non-solvent USTs as well. So to date, we've received 70 applications total, requesting approximately $54 million. This next picture shows that of the applications that we received in 2015, about half of them are in some kind of site assessment, site characterization, early phase of problem identification. The rest of them are in some kind of remedy or even close to closure, and SCAP funds can just help them get to that last mile. The largest number of applications that we received came from individuals, as you see in this slide. Some of them were the sole proprietors of businesses, such as dry cleaners. Some of them are the widows of sole proprietors of dry cleaners. I can think of at least 3 applications right now that we have from elderly women who knew nothing of the affairs of the business until their husbands died, and who really had no assets, or their assets had already been exhausted by trying to address the cleanup. So the great thing about this program is that not only does it help us clean up sites, it really helps us relieve these people of this central burden of their lives. So as Lisa said, we reviewed responsible parties' financial data and detailed project execution plans and cost breakdowns for their projects. And that took a number of months working back and forth with regulatory agencies and back and forth with our applicants as well. My staff and I rely on those dialogues with the regulators to help us figure out what the threat to human health and the environment really is at this site, and also what the cost versus benefit of the project is. We evaluated all this information in order to arrive at a preliminary list of 29 recommended projects. This slide is a summary of what I just talked about, the total number of applications we've received to date and their estimated value. Round one refers to the applications that we received through the close of 2015, and they are worth approximately $18 million, 18 and a half about. One of those projects came to us from DTSC, and 5 of them are regional board sponsored projects. So since the end of 2015, we received 27 new applications, which are currently under review, and the breakdown is there under round 2. That's currently around $20 million worth of work. Some of those may drop out, more may come in. And DTSC and the regional boards, I might point out, also have applications that they're developing now for a list of their priority sites that we haven't even seen yet.
It's clear you're going to need more money. So that came through loud and clear yesterday.
This slide is just a summary of the projects by region, and it shows that every region has a project on the table right now for funding. So in that total of 29, we have 5 projects from regional boards, as I said, the one from DTSC, and the rest are all from private parties. So to summarize, since August 2015, we've been reviewing pre-applications, requesting and reviewing financials, requesting and reviewing project execution plans, and busily back and forth with our regional board and DTSC regulators. And following the board's approval of this resolution, we expect to have our first grant agreements by the fall of 2016. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that presentation, and it's very encouraging on a lot of fronts. As Lisa mentioned, this is at the regional board level, been dreamed of for years, certainly here at the state board, and so it's an important new tool. I'm really encouraged by, if you go back a couple slides, I'm thinking back to my biology days. You look at the age class, within a population, and if you look at the pie graph. Go back one more. This graph, this shows that the range of applications at different stages in the cleanup, going from initial site assessment all the way through closure. With any program, you don't know where you're going to get in the door, but this shows to me maybe a recipe for a healthy program, because you have this age class distribution. The age of the site cleanup is fairly well distributed. I mean, did you anticipate this sort of thing? And what this tells me is, and you can comment on it, that yes, there is demand. We're going to continue to circulate what we sometimes call orphan sites, or sites that we can't get going through this process. And do you think it will grow from here, given the early, quote unquote success of getting the program underway?
I absolutely didn't know what to expect when I came to this program in terms of what we would see as applicants. I expected that there would be a lot of sites that had never had any work done at all, and that's turned out to be the case. I do think it will grow with time as the word gets out, and as we have some wins with these projects, and we can, participate in turning some derelict properties into something useful again. I do think there's a lot more out there. I get questions every week.
That's great. And as Board Member Spivey Weber pointed out, our DFA staff are really on top of paying attention to different funding sources that can be complementary and a right mix for the affordability for a community. Are you seeing some application here? We adopted the groundwater cleanup guidelines for Prop 1 this past month. Do you see some cases where the orphan site might be located in a place where groundwater storage potential is being discussed?
I can think of 2 projects that we have in this list of the 29 right now. One of them is a city that needs some more delineation of their problem, and when they move into the extended remediation phase of that project, then there may be an opportunity to transition to Prop 1 for that one. And there's another one as well, which is a large regional plume that is beginning to impact city water supply. So I think there will be plenty of those.
That's very encouraging as well. It is the holistic approach to the water resource management, starting small but thinking regionally. Thank you.
I move adoption of Part 1, which was the 50/50, the approval of the, do we need to do that? Oh, we don't. So this is just information. Okay.
Yeah, it's just
Thank
the
you.
delegation that we need.
Then I move adoption of the delegation to the head of Division of Financial Assistance.
You have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, that carries. Thank you very much. We'll look forward to the more prosaic stories of individual cases that got cleaned up on the ground next time. All right, we'll now take a 15-minute break before our next item, so we will be back at 10 of 11. Thank you. All right, we're resuming. It is now 10:56. All right. Hi. Hello. Okay, item number 7, water recycling requirements for recycled water use, which someone just pointed out is an interesting sentence or topic. Take it away.
Well, good morning, Chair Marcus and members of the board. My name is Randy Barnard, and I'm in charge of the State Board's Recycle Water Unit under the Division of Drinking Water. As you know, drinking water became part of the State Board's almost 2 years ago, and with it, we brought all of our experience regarding protection of public health. With the growing interest in recycled water use across the state, our Recycle Water Unit has been very busy. Our unit provides expertise in Title 22 and Title 17 public health issues for both potable and non-potable recycled water permitting for the State Board and for all the regional water quality control boards. And right now we're developing the new surface water augmentation regulations while also determining the feasibility of writing regulations for direct potable reuse. Now on top of all of that, we were tasked to revise the general order you have in front of you today. So some of you might remember the State Board adopted this order 2 years ago as a WDR, or a waste discharge requirement. One of the issues the recycled water community has had with this WDR is that it did not reflect the benefit of recycled water as a valuable resource because we labeled it as a waste. But at that time, the State Board did not have the authority to issue a water recycling requirement or WRRs. But since then, the Water Code has changed to give the State Board that authority. So initially, our unit's directive was to make the necessary changes to rescind the existing WDR and reissue it as a WRR. But after digging into it a little bit, we realized it was a good time to revisit the whole order and to make it a better overall permitting tool. So today we're here to walk you through this new order. And with me are Shirley Rosalella and Tim Regan. Shirley is one of my staff in the Recycle Water Unit, and she was the key person in developing this revised order. And Tim is from the Office of Chief Counsel, and he's been helping us all along the way on this also. So I'm going to give you the outline of our presentation, and then I'm going to turn it over to Shirley, and she's going to give you more details on this. So we'll keep the presentation brief to allow plenty of time for the public to make comments. And you can stop us along the way at any time if you have questions or need some clarification on anything. So with the presentation, we'll start with the background, purpose, and coverage of the new WRR. And generally, this background didn't change much from the original WDR. And then Shirley's going to go over the proposed changes of the order and show how this affects the order's roles and responsibilities. And then we'll cover the CEQA compliance for the order. And then lastly, Shirley's going to talk about the public comments and where people can assess them at. The remainder of the time, we will be available for questions or public statements. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Shirley.
Mic check.
Yeah, pull it closer to you so you don't have to lean forward.
Good morning, Chair Marcus, members of the board. My name is Shirley Rosalella. I am a staff water resource control engineer in Recycled Water Unit in Division of Drinking Water. So to go into the background, as Randy mentioned, the general order was actually developed in response to the governor's proclamation of the drought state of emergency back in 2014. And the general WDR was adopted by this board in June of 2014. The State Water Board recognized recycled water projects as opportunities to conserve potable water supplies, and recycled water can be used to meet non-potable demands for uses such as landscape irrigation, dust control, or construction water. And this proposed water recycling requirements are intended to replace the existing general waste discharge requirements. So we kind of have to start with the general WDR that we're going to be replacing. And so if we recall the purpose of the general WDR, the purpose of this proposed WRR will remain pretty much the same. First and foremost is to streamline permitting for recycled water use that typically presents a relatively low threat to water quality, and also as long as it is consistent with Title 22 requirements and pose no unreasonable risk to public health. Second is to relieve new individual recycled water end users from the requirements to apply for water recycling requirements or individual waste discharge requirements. And the intent here is to actually relieve both the regional water boards and the dischargers from unnecessary workload related with permitting these activities that considered to be low threat. Typical individual orders must go through a 30-day public comment period and a full board adoption. And so process-wise, we're talking about the difference between 2 months or so for enrollment under a general order versus an entire year or up to a year for adopting an individual order. So the small users, commercial complex, small ag farms, golf courses can go through a very most likely a simple permitting process through an administrator's program. And the order can also provide coverage for other recycled water uses that are not currently addressed by other permits. And this would really be as additional authorization to an existing permit. And during the 2 years that we've seen the order being implemented, we've seen good examples of these, and it's used by agencies in San Diego region to permit residential fill stations, for example. The purpose of the proposed WRR, again, is to replace the existing general WDR, but still serve the functions, as you see on the screen here. So to streamline the permitting for recycled water use, to relieve the new individual recycled water end users, and provide that additional authorization. Second is to recognize that recycled water is a resource by utilizing water reclamation requirements as a permitting vehicle instead of a waste discharge requirements. And this permit will further streamline recycled water permitting in the state by allowing a single permit implemented in multiple regional water board boundaries through issuance of a single notice of applicability by the State Water Board. So this would be for a project that crosses multiple regional board boundaries. Individual projects applied for in a specific regional board still would have to go through regional boards for implementation. So again, it's going to sound repetitive, but the intended coverage of the general order really should remain the same. We are focusing on producers and distributors of recycled water to facilitate recycled water use as water recycling administrators.
And that's so that they can do all the reporting and the testing and the like.
That is correct. And then kind of these individual users that would enroll under the administrator's program would not have to go through that process. And as I've said, the trickle-down benefit here is the small individual users would only need to apply for a permit with the recycling agency instead of the board permit process. And And third-party entities can also assume the role as administrators. So it's not just producers or distributors. You could be a joint power authority or a large user entity as long as you're willing to take the responsibility as an administrator. And for example, would be utility companies. When they have, huge, large linear projects for construction or maintenance across multiple regional board boundaries, they can apply under this order as an administrator as well. The source of recycled water is limited to treated municipal wastewater, so that doesn't change. And the order provides coverage for uses undertaken consistent with the requirements of the statewide uniform recycling criteria, and that is in the California Code of Regulations, Title 22, Division 3, Chapter 3. And uses not addressed in the regulations will be subject to any additional requirements specified in Notice of Applicability. There is no flow limit for coverage under this order. So your recycled water program can be as small or as big as you proposed it to be, but as long as it meets the requirements of the order. And the general order is flexible. It allows the full range of recycled water types from undisinfected secondary to disinfected tertiary. And potable reuse projects are still not available for coverage. These projects can only be covered by individual orders because of its complexity, as Randy would very gladly vouch for you. And this table show allowed uses and non-allowed uses under Title 22 and also the order. The existing general WDR was silent about uses not addressed in Title 22, and we are clarifying in this order that Division of Drinking Water under the State Water Board will review the proposals on a case-by-case basis and make those recommendations that address protection of public health to the regional water boards. So proposed changes from the general WDR. Most changes to the existing order are administrative. We are addressing the extension of the CEQA exemption for adoption of this order, rescission of the general WDR and adoption of this proposed WRR, and to incorporate a Division of Drinking Water rules, as Randy mentioned. It's been 2 years, but we just missed the cutoff date when we adopted the June 2014 order. At that time, drinking water program was still with CDPH. So we're addressing all of that administrative issue into this order. And lastly, to address transition of existing general WDR enrollees. The existing general WDR enrollees will be, the existing general order will be rescinded 60 calendar days after the adoption of this proposed order. And within that 60 days, we'll help regional boards in addressing the transition of these existing enrollees. And so currently we have 17 active enrollees and 14 enrollees that are still waiting to be enrolled. And as far as the changes go, there are 3 substantive changes. To start with, the lighter one is the reference to the Water Code section and its fees pursuant to the California Water Code 13554.2. And it's added to address reimbursement of fees of Division of Drinking Water costs to review and coordinate these recycled water projects. It's important to point out that these fees are always there, and we are addressing the fee in this order because now Division of Drinking Water is part of the State Water Board. The water quality fees for enrolling under the order is incorporated in the fee regulations last year when it was revised. And the determination is still the same. It's still based on threat to water quality and complexity. And as I've mentioned, in the further streamlining effort, the notice of applicability issuance now can be done by State Water Board for multiple for projects that are occurring in multiple regional boards. And based on our conversation with stakeholders, this will benefit projects crossing multiple regional water boards boundaries greatly because now they have one single set of requirements to comply with instead of one in every region. And in our second round of public comments, finding 34 was modified to include a direction to Regional Water Board to transition existing enrollees under a Regional Board general order for recycled water use within 3 years. So these existing general orders serve very similar or the same purpose with this statewide order. So typically cover non-potable reuse, and it kind of allows the same administrator type setup to permit individual recycled water users. And so in the back, we put out a single sheet showing the changes to finding 34. And there are 3 options that are made available. It is important to note that the first 2 options are actually already with the versions of the order that was noticed. So option 1 is the version that we had when we first noticed this order back in January. Option 2 is when we noticed this order, I guess that closed in May. And then option 3 is the last option that we're considering or that we ask for the board to consider. And the change there is to extend the consideration for transitioning an existing water reclamation requirements issued by regional water boards that serve the same purpose as this general order.
So I was trying to get this clear yesterday. You're saying that if they're covered by an order or requirement that's the same as this, or explain the difference again.
For the third option.
Yeah.
So instead, it's individual water recycling requirements that serve the same purpose as what this order would cover. So it's essentially instead of, say, having instead of the general order, so the individual water recycling requirement is issued to an agency that then actually acting like an administrator, that also act as an administrator and is able to permit individual recycled water uses under that recycling requirements.
Those instances are out there sometimes because they predated a general order that was done at the regional level.
That is correct. And I'm sorry, I think that's also important to point out that these existing orders are out there and generally they predate the recycled water policy that was adopted in 2009 and amended in 2013. And in some instances, these orders are over 20 years old. Title 22 was significantly revised in 2000, and some of these orders, if they've never been looked at, don't really reflect those standards. That's current Title 22.
So maybe I can...
So my understanding of option 3 is that those individual existing permits would be allowed to continue, but the regional water boards are required to review them and update them.
To meet standards that we have now.
That's a very important nuance.
Yeah, so the option 3 is essentially the proposal that we did in April, but adding to it clarification that those master reclamation requirements that regions have issued need to be updated to include the provisions that are appropriate from this order.
So you're saying they can keep the vehicle they've had, but they have to update the
That's
requirements
correct.
as opposed to they need to terminate the permit and all move into this order?
That's correct. For those master reclamation permits. For general orders, we're suggesting that those be terminated and and that they move into this order so that we
I
don't
know
have
we'll hear
competing
about
general
that.
orders.
And
There's a slight
I'm sorry.
twist on that.
Okay,
The way things are done now, for facilities that aren't covered under a general order, which most facilities are not covered under a general order. Most facilities would have a master reclamation permit, which is one order that covers the waste discharge requirements for the treatment plant and also the water recycling requirements that apply to all the users of their recycled water. The proposed finding 34 for that class of discharger just directs the regional boards to update the master reclamation permits, not on any specific timeline, but to update them to be consistent with the draft order before the board today.
Why not order them to do it in the same 3 years?
Well, it'd be a huge workload because there are a lot of those statewide. You could do it. You could put a deadline on there if the board is so inclined. But this is a new proposal. The public hasn't seen this yet. Now, the other class, where it gets a little confusing is, as Board Member Moore mentioned, in the early days, back in the early 90s, before master reclamation permits had really taken off, there are a handful of orders, mainly in Region 2, where the discharger has two orders. Instead of the one master reclamation permit, they'll have two orders. One for their treatment plant, which has been updated over the years as they tend to be, especially for MPDS permits every 5 years. Then they'll have a separate order that just applies to that discharger that deals with the water recycling requirements that apply to its users. And it has a lot of things that are very similar to the general order before the board today. A permit system for users and that sort of thing. Those have been sitting out there for over 20 years in some cases and just haven't been updated. And they're having to maintain two orders, and the thinking was, why not just roll them into this statewide order or go into a master reclamation permit. So you just have one order and it's been updated. That's what option 3 is trying to deal with. It is a little confusing. Phil's working on some simplified language right now that might make it a little more clear.
Well, at some point, we're going to have to put it up on the screen, so you must have copies in the back, right?
And there's also, I mean, the option, I mean, given, you know, the philosophy is if it's not broken, don't fix it. So in the case of where you have a discharge permit rolled in with a recycled water authorization, the entity has the choice, though. They could enroll in this general order, but it may make more sense just to keep the current vehicle so long as when the permit is up for readoption, the amendments are made in the WRR portion in accordance with whatever the state board adopts as a general order.
Exactly, and we do have it set up as a choice right now.
Why might they want to leave it the way it is? And I suppose the commenters could comment on that as well.
Didn't hear the first part of that question.
Why might they want to leave it the way it is and not go into master?
I'm not sure exactly. I'm sure we'll hear about it, though.
Maybe a fee aspect to it.
Be a difference in fees. Maybe being familiar with what you have, and if it's not broke, as you say.
One thing, you know, one benefit of having the statewide order, as I've talked to audiences and individuals, is a better accounting of information, so that it gives the state board the ability to answer the questions on how much water is being recycled in the state.
Yeah, which we can't.
And if you have a lot of master reclamation permits that haven't been updated with the, you know, the reporting, we won't necessarily have the centralized data to be able to make those analyses, and we're supposed to make those analyses in accordance with the recycled water policy. We have certain mandates, certain benchmarks that and expectations for recycled water production in our state that we're not tracking. And it was my personal hope through this effort that we would, you know, begin to have more of a standardized data collection and management system like we have with the water production in the urban conservation regulations. So I bring that up, that I would want any update of master reclamation requirements that are combined with MPDS permits or other WDRs to have a data management requirement and reporting requirement commensurate with what is being set up in this proposed general order.
I would agree with that, but I would also add a cautionary note. If we're not putting a time limit for the regional board to update those master requirements, then that information that Member Moore is talking about, when might we be getting that?
Yeah, we are planning to actually update all of the waste discharge requirements for wastewater treatment plants in a uniform manner over the next year as we get the information that we need, figure out exactly how we want to do it. We will amend the monitoring and reporting requirements for all of them essentially simultaneously. And so though this will have data requirements, we're going to amend them all, so it won't matter if they've been updated or not. We will take care of that.
So you were going to try and simplify explanation of the options.
Yes, I understand Tim is was working on a simplified version or Phil.
I've taken on that task in the last couple of minutes here. So at some point, we'll be ready to put something on the board. And what I'm hoping we can do is put it up on the screen so that everybody can see a version that contrasts what staff's proposing now versus what's in the existing order that went out for public notice. And it's a little bit different than what's on the back table, but it's substantively exactly the same.
Right. Oh, all right. Well, look forward to that. I mean, I know I want you to be able to continue with the presentation, but there's sort of dueling concerns, so to speak. There are people who, for a whole handful of reasons, like what they have and don't want to change it, and yet it's been years since our recycle water policy or permits, and we want to make sure that these are updated. And so the question is, do you redo the whole thing, or do you just have to show that certain things are in conformance? And then we have other folks who are concerned about recycled water in general and have real concerns, in which case they have concerns about enforcement, monitoring, or whether these things are actually being followed or paid attention to. So that tension is the one we're dealing with. There's how do we make sure we have a 21st century set of permits that are appropriate to both encourage recycled water use where appropriate and maintain public confidence that somebody's minding the store. So, I mean, that's the duality we're going to hear about this morning, and that we're going to need to figure out how to deal with in the clearest way possible. So I have faith in you.
And another key is that Title 22 changed in 2000. So some of these older permits, their permit specifies treatment requirements that is outdated.
Right.
So it's not protective of public health as it is.
Exactly. And that's why we're glad you're all here. So. All right, you can keep going. Thank you. That's one of the thorny issues for this morning.
So this diagram shows the roles and responsibilities in preparing, adopting, and implementing the proposed order. And as I've mentioned, the major change here is the role of the state board, for instance, in providing the order implementation support, and to reflect Division of Drinking Water's responsibility of reviewing and approving Title 22 engineering report. And if you see in the Regional Water Board box, instead of before it was coordinating with CDPH, now they coordinate with the State Water Board in Division of Drinking Water for Title 22 engineering report approvals. The general order enrollees here have the primary responsibility to comply with the order requirements and assume responsibility as a water recycling program administrator. And this includes authorizing the individual water recycling projects on a case-by-case basis and establish rule and enforce rules or regulations for recycled water use. Adoption of the general WDR was exempt from CEQA environmental review back in 2014, if you remember. And this exemption was extended in 2014 to include adoption of this order as water reclamation requirements. And in November 2015, the suspension is further extended until the drought state of emergency is terminated. We provided a notice and a period of 30 days of public comment prior to the adoption of the order to meet the requirements of the Water Code. And for that first round of comments of full 30 days, the board clerk received a total of 39 comment letters before the close of public comment periods. And I just would like to note that this includes 22 comment letters supporting a comment letter submitted by the Russian River Watershed Protection Committee. And I think as I understood it, more letters of support actually came in after the public comment period as well. An additional public comment period was provided to allow comment on the revised finding 34. And initially we allow 14 calendar days for public comment period, but we extended it to 21 calendar days to allow more time for the public to comment. For this comment period, the board clerk received a total of 16 formal comment letters by the close. So out of all of those comment letters received, individual comments were logged for responses to comments. And the documents are posted yesterday afternoon on Division of Drinking Water Program page as 2 separate files, one for the full comment period and also the additional public comment period.
Do you want to summarize some of the main comments received in your response? I mean, I looked at the documents.
Sure.
But just, you don't have to go over all of them, but just what the main
Yeah, I can
the
go through
comments and the main responses, that usually helps us set the table for the conversation.
I can definitely go through the highlight. For the additional public comment period, it's easy because we limit the comments to finding 34 that I think we're all going to further consider today. For the full public comment period, believe it or not, the initial version of finding 34 was also commented on, and that was actually the most comments we received from recycling agencies. And Russian River Watershed Protection Committee and their supporters submitted very similar letters, generally to address runoff from recycled water use areas and to address contaminants of emerging concern, especially that the low dose effect on endocrine disrupting chemicals. And we received comments about to make sure that the order address the reasonable use of water. And there is a comment to address perchlorate levels in recycled water. And I think that's really the bulk of comments received in the first round.
Thank you for putting that together and the thoughtful responses. I reviewed the document. One thing, it was in your presentation, but you didn't touch on it, and I remember when we adopted the order 2 years ago, there was some need in the Central Valley to do some agricultural beneficial reuse of recycled water, and you had it listed there, but you hadn't really commented on that. And how many enrollees are there currently in the WDR?
I have 31 total.
31.
I think 17 are active.
17 are active, and is there an agricultural component to it, not just landscape irrigation?
As far as the enrollees into the order?
Yeah.
The one that I've recalled, I think for the most part, these are urban uses.
Yes.
Just looking at kind of the makeup of, who applied and enrolled. But I did recall reviewing a Title 22 engineering report for city of Newman, and it's, you know, it's a pretty small city. They don't produce a whole lot of wastewater, and the extent of their program is to use the recycled water for irrigating crops on 2 parcels.
So that is a allowable use under Title 22, and and so that order facilitated that beneficial reuse during the drought.
Yes, absolutely.
There are some proposals coming down the pike that are more complex, a larger quantity and infrastructure involved. From a DDW standpoint, do you think they would need individual permits for larger scale agricultural reuse, or do you think this general order will suffice as regulatory coverage?
I think if it's just limited to the use of recycled water itself for agricultural use, I don't see how that program would be any more complex than others that we've seen before. Does that sound right?
Shirley's right. As long as it's not incorporating a treatment component, then it can fall under this new general order, not a problem. It doesn't matter the size, small, large, it'll fit under this, not a problem.
And Title 22 is specific about what kinds of crops, certain, unrestricted use, secondary and all that. It's very specific about what crops can have which kinds of recycled water.
Spells out the crop, not specifically crop type, but general crop type for the level of treatment required for the recycled water. It's all written in Title 22, yes.
Yes, and I think it's worth clarifying that this order provides the vehicle for all of that, creative, beneficial reuse of municipal wastewater for agricultural production.
This order also allows, if it's something outside of Title 22 that's not specified in writing, that on a case-by-case basis, we can look at it and it can still fall under this order.
Oh, I see. So you'd be able to adjust it to fall into this order as opposed to it getting its own permit. You would just put additional conditions on it?
Correct. Based on a Title 22 engineering report on our side and on any kind of restrictions that the local regional board will want to impose. But then it could fall under this general order also.
I know we're going to hear a lot of comment. There are a couple of issues to address. One of the things you did respond to in the comments is an issue that's come up in earlier, even before the drinking water program came over. We had hearings on contaminants of emerging concern and the science that we've worked with SWRCB and others to move on. And I saw the response to comments on that, I think responding largely to Russian River Watershed Protection Committee. But I would like an update on where that is with some timelines and dates, because I think the way we've been handling it is to do the studies and find out rather than assume things. But I think it would be good to know what the timeline on that is. I meant to ask before this hearing as to when that pilot project is going to come back to us. When are we going to get an update on that project, et cetera? Because I think what we're getting is a fair amount of concern, not just from Russian River Watershed, but that there are known unknowns, and that we do have a process for trying to figure that out that we'll be watching.
So I can give you,
especially as we're talking about trying to promote much larger scale use of recycled water, knowing where that is in the process and that we stay on it is going to be important. The other issue, and I'll let them speak for themselves, is just a concern that we face across the board on our issues of whether we have adequate enforcement capacity to make sure that the rules that we lay out are adhered to.
so there are 2 different projects that we initiated. One was for recycled water, and we actually completed that first project and came up with a framework for evaluating contaminants of emerging concern. And it's got a series of things which include the risk of the compound and the prevalence of the compound. And since that time, we've had work going on both of those sides, and so that we can set up a time for a briefing for the board or a information item that would describe the progress on the recycled water side since then. We also moved forward, well, actually there's 3 projects. The second project was the endocrine disruption and the bioanalytical techniques, and that moved forward successfully. And we are moving forward now this year on working on expanding to other bioanalytical screening techniques. That is very much in the early conception stages. There's no progress on that part of it. And then the third piece is the study on not for recycled water, but for discharge to surface water bodies. And that project is a pilot project being worked with multiple regions, and we are in the finalizing the proposal for how that would move forward as pilot projects around the state. And
This
so
was the aquatic impact.
yes. So we can include that in an update also.
Let's do that. I'm going to say 5 minutes for each, and I had one request for 15 minutes. I'm going to say 10 for that one. It'll be at the end. I'll name the 3 in a row in order. Debbie Webster from the Central Valley Clean Water Association, followed by Sean White from the City of Ukiah, followed by Nancy Murray from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Thank you, Chair Marcus and board members. My name is Debbie Webster. I'm the Executive Officer of the Central Valley Clean Water Association. And I first want to start out by saying that we really support the change in this permit from a waste discharge requirement to water recycling requirements. We look at water recycling as a resource and think it should be treated as such, and really want to promote the use of the safe use of recycled water, especially in the Central Valley. We worked really carefully and closely with State Water Board staff in the 2014 version to try to incorporate some of the agricultural uses in the agricultural program so that it could be more widely used. And towards the end, I'll tell you what some of our continuing impediments are. But I did want to say is some of the basis as we started is that really choices should be available for what works best, what vehicle for permitting works best for water recyclers. We did not, by permitting, want to discourage the use of recycled water. In fact, we wanted to encourage it any way that we could, so long as it was used safely and consistent with Title 22. So for that reason, we support those, the State Water Board maintain those options as it moves forward, and really feel like that is important. We do have some concern about some of the language changes with some of the expectations. For example, there was a movement from referring to what the basin plan required in certain requirements to anything that's put in your NOA. And that leaves a large amount of uncertainty for a water recycler as to what's going to be put into that process and how that might be impacted. I think to the extent that it is consistent with Title 22, that's one thing. But when it can be anything and it has to be put in there, those requirements, those actually discourage the use of water recycling. So we don't support that. There's a couple other small recommendations that I'd like to make on page 24. There's a statement about anti-deg, and let me get to it really quick. And I apologize for this because I should have caught this with an earlier version. But in General Provision 2, it basically says that the recycling water permits does not degrade groundwater resources. Well, there's a whole anti-deg analysis done in here that allows acceptable degradation. I think that it should be recognized there. And so I would just suggest that an additional phrase that says in a manner inconsistent with the findings, the anti-degradation findings in this order, be added there. And then let me make sure that that was. One of the things I did want to talk about is that there still continues to be kind of two impediments, and this is why having options is really important. Number one, for small recyclers, the requirements for monitoring become really big, and especially with priority pollutants. So we have the provisions on the priority pollutants that they would, I'm trying to think of the way to phrase this, that For agricultural purposes, they're not applicable. They were only supposed to be for landscape irrigation in the streamline permit. And if you remember a long time ago in the streamline permit, we were like, this is going to be problems. And the answer was, well, you don't have to go the streamline permit route. And I want to make sure that those options are there because the $1,000 plus that, are required to do this monitoring does become impediments, and who pays for it when it's not already currently or it's above requirements within the permits. And then the second impediment, which
I'm
is
not actually following what you're saying.
okay.
I'm
So
sorry.
there's in the recycled water policy there's a provision for if you're in a streamline permit to do priority pollutant monitoring on a certain frequency, and that frequency is more often than we see in many of our permits for water recyclers. So some of our POTWs, it was like, do I really want to go down this general permit because I'm going to have an additional cost than if I only had my WDR or had my existing requirements in the recycled water policy, and they were hemming and hawing. I still have some agencies that are considering that and are concerned with that. And so the option to be able to still go on their own needs to be there. I want to say I understand that you're trying to mirror what the recycled water policy says, and this is a streamlined permit, so I understand that part. But the option to be able to do something different, I think, is really important.
I'm going to turn to Mr. Bishop here because based on our earlier conversation, my understanding is all those requirements will be updated anyway.
That's correct. It's that the permits, the individual permits that are out there would be able to be continued, but they need to be updated to reflect the recycled water policy, which does have I believe, if I remember correctly, once in a 5-year cycle for priority pollutants. But I'd have to go back and look if I had that time frame correct.
Yeah, and that provision is in there, but it's for the streamlining permit option. It's only for that. It's narrowed to that rather than individual permits.
But my understanding is the individual requirements will be updated to reflect the same requirement.
Now, monitoring
could be problematic. I mean,
monitoring should just be the same. We can talk about whether it's enough monitoring or not enough monitoring, but monitoring is important for public confidence too, right? Or are you trying to say that there's what level of extra monitoring are we talking about? What level of expense?
The priority pollutants can range from depending upon your agreement, can be from $1,200 to $1,700 a pop. Basically, they're expensive. That's just the testing, not including going out and actually collecting the sample. They are really set forth for surface water discharges. We don't see them in groundwater permits. You see constituents that are of concern for groundwater to be put in there, and even with priority pollutant monitoring on the water side, if those constituents are no longer of concern, there's a way to get rid of them. There's not a way to do that within this permit. Or within this requirement.
Want to respond?
If I can, I'm not sure if Ms. Webster is referring to attachment B under our monitoring and reporting program for recycled water monitoring, but this permit is written to be consistent with the recycled water policy, and it's noted that recycled water, only if recycled water is used for irrigation of landscape areas, and we included the policy's definition of what landscape areas are. And also in 2013 amendment, I believe, there was an additional provision for smaller facilities. If it's less than 1 million gallons per day, then they're allowed to reduce the monitoring to 5 years instead of to do it annually.
I remember that, actually.
But again, I can give it in a minute. I'll refer to staff, but it was for the streamline monitoring where this provision was, and so I'm hearing a little bit of, if nothing else, confusion on its applicability. The more important aspect I actually want to talk about, and one of the impediments, and we were feeling as though probably we could resolve this at the regional level, was so this gets married to your permit, but what actual requirements of your your permit, whether it be the NPDES or the WDR, are actually applicable. So you have, if you have an NPDES, you have receiving water that are aquatic life limits that you recycle because the technology is too expensive to do, yet just the language tends to incorporate the whole permit wholesale without being those limits that are consistent with Title 22 that are applicable for the treatment levels that you need. And so that clarification we thought we could do through the permitting. It's still an issue. It's just the way that it's written, and I can refer you to the page is, I think it's page 20. Let me just double check. Yeah, page 20 in its specification BF. I mean, really what would help for just clarifications is these are not aquatic life. These are not aquatic life issues. These are when you're recycling. So you'd have water recycling requirements.
Right.
So that's just, I'm just telling you, that's been a lot of agencies have been really uncertain as to going the general permit route because of that reason.
Right, I see Mr. Wiles looking at it.
I have to say, it's a little unclear to me whether we're trying to make these requirements reflect exactly what's in the recycled water policy, if that's the board's intent and staff's intent, or if it's to allow for something different than what's in the recycled water policy. And so, I mean, the recycled water policy has a provision for, John's got it now actually, but is it 5 years? Oh, okay.
Is it for priority pollutants?
Yeah, but go, and I understand that, go up and see what it's applicable to. It's to the streamlining permit, that provision right in there. Oh, sorry. I can point this out in a few minutes too to you. That it might be better use of everybody's time.
Well, yeah, no, that might be better to come back and show them. I mean, the thing I'm hearing you say is that people have a concern that the aquatic standard testing would be applied to everything as opposed to it being applied to the use for which the water is going towards.
Yeah, yes, and let me restate it another way so hopefully it's clearer. So provision, specification BF, and it's on my page 20, says that the recycled water use and permitting under this general order shall be in compliance with all the following requirements. And F says the WDRs or NPDES for recycled water production facilities. And that's really to reference the level of treatment that there is. Those WDRs also contain provisions or requirements that are not always applicable to recycled water. They might be towards aquatic life. And so if I'm especially a small POTW and I'm looking at it and I'm like, well, I really can't meet this copper limit. I want to recycle instead, but I still want this when I have dilution. Then there's this question of, okay, so do I still have to meet the copper limit when I'm recycling? And it really shouldn't, because the copper limit is set based upon aquatic life, not based upon water recycling requirements or Title 22. And that's where the confusion is, and with many of the...
When I read the statement, I understand the confusion, but it actually says permits for recycled water production facilities, so it isn't for the discharge of pollutants to receiving waters. It's an implication, it's an implied definition that you're concerned about. I don't think it's actually a legal concern.
I think where that language came from, it's pretty standard, and usually the intent of something like that is to give the impression or the clear message, if possible, that this draft recycled water order is in no way trying to offer any relief from compliance with the discharger's WDRs or NPDES permits.
Well,
those are separate requirements that apply for surface water discharges in the case of NPDES permit or a disposal pond for WDRs. This is dealing with beneficial reuse for recycling.
And that, it strikes me there are going to be plenty of, maybe even most facilities that aren't going to be 100% recycling or are going to have a discharge permit too. I mean, it may be in a future world in the novels I read when I'm off, but that'll be an interesting period of time. But this may well be an FAQ kind of a situation versus an edit the permit kind of.
Yeah,
All
that's
right,
a
I
good
just
point.
really wanted to understand it a
Yeah,
little better.
and we really thought that probably the best way to deal with it was to be very specific in these other permits, that these are for water right recycling facility. You know, these would be the requirements that would be applicable for that, versus things that, you know, whether it had to do with the collection system or something that was not water recycling related, that really it was about, hey, this is the level of treatment that you need to do for meeting Title 22. And so, you know, your BOD, your TSS, your coliform, those type of provisions, those are the ones we're focusing on, not your copper, your disinfectant byproducts, your, you know, all these other things that come as a result of an NPDES permit. I think you got it, right?
I think we do understand the issue now, so we'll work on it.
Noodle on that. Okay, thank you.
Could staff
do you have any
comment
questions?
on?
Go ahead.
Could staff comment on the anti-dig? It sounds like it was a conforming suggestion.
So as I understood the comment, the concern is that the provision on page 24, which is intended, I think, to refer more to sort of a cumulative degradation of multiple recycled water projects, it does suggest that it doesn't allow any degradation. So we'll play with that as well.
Mr. White, followed by Nancy Murray, followed by Lori Anfono from the Bay Area Clean Water Agencies.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and members of the board. My name is Sean White. I'm the Director of Water and Sewer for the City of Ukiah. Since 2008, people in our region have been working, very diligently to reduce the impacts of frost protection to the upper Russian River, and I've had the opportunity to actually take, I think, all of you around to see the efforts that we've made to accomplish that. Way back in 2008 and 2009, we had a series of public workshops where we talked about what we were going to do to address those impacts, and we had a series of short-term goals, some midterm goals, and then some long-term goals. And I'm happy to say that through the collective efforts of a lot of people and all sorts of collaborative funding, all of the short-term and medium-term goals are done. And when we originally set out, our goal was to hopefully offset direct diversion from the river for frost by hopefully 75 CFS, and we're now actually above 130 CFS of offset in a river with a flow that's typically around 300. That's a significant accomplishment. But our long-term goal was to take all of the infrastructure and best management practices that we'd put in place using diversions from the river and taking all of them offline and supplying as much of that demand as possible with recycled water instead. And that's been our approach since 2008, and that's really why I'm here today. To achieve that goal way back in 2010, when I wasn't working for the city and I was working for Russian River Flood Control, we really helped facilitate the city of Ukiah starting to develop a recycled water program. They did a master plan. We helped them get a number of grants through Prop 84 to do planning and engineering. And I'm happy to say all of that work got the city far enough along to get almost $36 million from Prop 1A money last year, for which we are very thankful. So now, as I work for the city of Ukiah, I'm in charge of making all of the things I pestered the city of Ukiah to do. It's now my responsibility to make
Welcome to that party.
Yeah, right. To make that occur. And I'm very excited about what we have on the table, which is essentially signed user agreements for essentially every ag producer on the west side of the river, all the way from the south end of the valley as far north as they go, and about 1,500 acre feet of people signed up, which will take probably about another 20 or 25 CFS offline, and anybody that was previously recharging the storage we built with our early efforts can now recharge their storage ponds with recycled water instead. So that's why I'm here today. One of the things that is limiting us is we'll need to have our permits in hand before we can get our Prop 1A money. This general order is a great opportunity for us to achieve expeditious permitting compliance. But in our conversations with regional board staff, they would love to use this, but they are reluctant to do so for a couple of reasons. Number one, frost protection is not explicitly listed as one of the beneficial uses in here, and they don't know if it's okay or not. Some of the other things that give them concern, understandably, are some of the prohibitions, like in Prohibition 2, use the word saturated soils, which is frequently the condition during frost, because it's usually in the dead of winter, and even if it hasn't rained a long time, soil moisture by some will be deemed to be saturated. And the other one that's of a concern is in specification number 3, there's references to agronomic rates, which there is currently none for, at least official for frost, but I can tell you after saying it probably a million times since 2008, it is 55 gallons per minute per acre. We know what it takes to do the job, but it's not anything that's officially adopted anywhere. So these things are giving them concern about using this general permit to sort of finish the job up there. And I would just like to encourage you to either through modifications to the order or direction to your staff, give them the comfort to use this so we can really sort of put a bow on this otherwise very successful project that we've been doing. I think in particular, I understand that most of these things are an effort to make sure that we don't have any sort of incidental runoff, which will always be prohibited, and that's certainly not our goal. But it's also important to keep things in context. And if it means providing in-stream flows for fish, if it means getting people out of the river entirely during a period of the season when I'm already permitted to discharge a couple million gallons directly per day, the de minimis risk of some runoff, I think, is a reasonable trade-off. In particular, I think you just couldn't have a better beneficial use for recycled water than making popsicles to save both fish and grape buds. Thank you for your time.
I would like a response on the saturation issue. Is that from Title 22, or where does that come from?
Saturated soil, I don't, that's not familiar to me out of Title 22, but what I can comment on as far as Title 22 is if the regional board is not comfortable putting them under the general order because it's not specifically outlined in Title 22, this general order does allow case-by-case allowances. So if your engineering report is submitted to the Recycled Water Unit, DDW, with, covering all the bases for Title 22 on how frost protection can be protective of public health, then we can approve that, and then the regional board should allow that under the permit.
Yeah, I think the reason we're aware of that, but I think staff is reluctant to even go there because it's just, they don't have a comfort level to even sort of pursue asking for the variance. So I just think if they could
It doesn't make any, the regional board should just talk with our staff rather than you having to do this. I appreciate you raising it.
Yeah.
But can we just make sure we have that conversation? We can call them too.
Well, I think there's a little bit of a background here. There's,
What am I missing?
well, I think that there are advocates in the area that are just not comfortable with recycled water use. And so it may be an issue more of, lack of political will, so to speak. This has been going on for a number of years. So I'm thinking that this is worth drilling down on to see, is there further guidance that could be provided in order to give the regional boards maybe some additional comfort that they need when dealing with some of the concerns that are raised by community members.
Exactly what I'm looking for. Thank you.
All right.
Another big issue that came up with this issue a few years ago, and when you had the general WDRs before you, was there was a lot of discussion about whether that type of use is appropriate for the general order, which is supposed to be the low risk uses. And there was a lot of controversy about whether it was really possible to eliminate the incidental runoff to surface waters when you're doing frost protection because of the high volumes of water used.
So then the suggestion would be a separate permit.
Or a case-by-case analysis, as Randy
Which is
mentioned.
what Randy was talking about. Well, I don't think it's appropriate for us, but personally, to make a judgment sitting here based on one set of comments and change a general order to solve the problem you're identifying. I mean, I'm sort of looking at our liaison to Region 1 to follow up, and thank
What
you
I'm
for
hearing
flagging
from
what the
staff's
issue is.
response is that there's mechanisms within the general order to address these issues. I really appreciate you bringing it to
Yeah,
light, though,
actually,
because
yeah, I don't
it
have a
is,
problem with
we're
that.
dealing with multiple objectives here, and like you say, we've put a lot of money into infrastructure with these implementation mechanisms in mind. So, but I'm hearing that the general order has, a pathway to address some of the technical questions, and I'm not sure language changes in the proposed order or
I'm not asking for language change. I'm really just asking for that clarification
Sure, and for
from the
help.
source,
All right.
so staff watching this will have the confidence to follow that path. Thank you.
That's great.
So who will be talking to the Region 1 board about this?
Well, I'll talk to Matt, and if he wants someone from the state board to show up at a board meeting of his to discuss it, then we'll send somebody appropriate, maybe the gentleman to my right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Murray, followed by Lorianne Fono, followed by Jennifer West from Water Reuse of California. Nice card, by the way.
Good morning. It is still morning. My name is Chairman Marcus and board members. Good morning. My name is Nancy Murray. I'm with Cal Fish and Wildlife. We did submit a comment letter during the comment period time by our statewide water program manager. He couldn't make it today, and so he asked if I would just come and briefly summarize our concern. And that is just that we support the order, support recycle water use, and we just want to make sure it's known and clear that while this is a general order and the streamlining of permits is the desired outcome, there is still, if you're going to decrease the discharge to a water course, there would be a permit change. You would need to file and comply with Water Code Section 1211. And it is clear, there is finding 32, and it's in the specifications that does apply. And we were in a public meeting in Southern California, or I was in a public meeting in Southern California, and hearing from one municipal wastewater recycler or provider saying that he was looking forward to the general order, so then he would have to do that and nothing else. And here saying, wow, I think you would still have to comply with the water code, and saying I would look into it, and coming back and looking at the order and finding that, yes, if you read all the way to finding 32, you get there, but to make sure that the community is also aware that it's a general order, but if you do decrease your discharge to a water course, you do have to comply with the Water Code 1211, which then requires that you not injure other legal users, which do include fish. And in addition to that, there's a public trust requirement to make sure that if there is a decrease, that public trust resources are protected. And there's a process that that this board has gone through before. So really our purpose here in the letter and otherwise is just to make sure that the community reads all the way to finding 32 and knows that is still the process that they have to go through if the general order is adopted.
So is that something that, I'm assuming we handle that in FAQ and in the educational outreach materials that go with it?
That would be my request, the educational materials to make that, like I said, I got back and I read, the first few pages like, uh-oh, maybe they're right. And it's like, oh, okay, it's there, but it's apparently not as well known.
We have heard about this issue, and in addition to finding 32, which we hope is very clear, we do have an enforceable provision on page 24 in provision D4 that provides if a user under the permit fails to get that water rights approval for a change in point of use, they can be terminated. Their coverage under this water recycling order can be terminated.
Helpful.
So it's enforceable.
Yeah, I do think, though, that it's come up a couple times. I do think we're going to need a rollout strategy and FAQs for this before it becomes
would be
effective. I
helpful.
think that's going to be important as we continue to go through the comments. This won't be the last issue where we need to, I don't know if it's say it again, and then say what you said, but something like that.
Have an FAQ posted on our program page that was
good.
posted in January, right around the same time we noticed the order initially. And I'm looking at it here. It's item number 4 in our FAQ fact sheet.
It's actually already in your
Yes.
FAQs? Oh, that's great. Okay. Well, maybe we just need to promote it then.
Tell them what you said and say it again. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Lorian Fano, thank you, Ms. Fano, followed by Ms. West, followed by Jason Weiner from the Wishtoyo Foundation. Or Wishtoyo? You'll have to tell me how to pronounce it, make sure I have that right.
Morning, members of the board. I'm Lorian Fono, representing Bay Area Clean Water Agencies. We have a recycled water committee that includes many of our members that are dischargers, as well as many partner agencies that are recycled water purveyors. So we've been following the development of the recycled water permit with some interest, but not keen interest, because most of our member agencies are covered by 9611, a general order in our region that we've been very happy with, and other members are covered by individual recycled water permits. And when in the 2014 version and the January version, it said explicitly that our member agencies would be allowed to continue under their existing permits or expand coverage perhaps under those permits as well. Then we started hearing rumors that the state general order was going to become mandatory, and then the April 22 version of Finding 34 came out, said that everyone would need to be enrolled within 3 years. And then today, there's this potential option that the individual permittees are also going to be enrolled on a mandatory basis. So I am requesting that we reopen the entire general order for comment, not just Finding 34, because a lot of our agencies would have given the entire permit a lot more attention had they known that they were going to be required to enroll. That said, we don't support or oppose the permit as such. We're not sure how it either streamlines recycled water permitting or increases recycled water in the state. As I said, we've been fairly happy with how things have been going with 9611. What is going to happen in our region, first of all, is we've got a couple of dozen enrollees in 9611. I don't know how many individual permittees we have, is that each of these is going to have their engineering reports and O&M plans reviewed to see how if they conform to the requirements of the new general order. So that's a bunch of work for our regional water board, and then a bunch of work for whichever permittees have engineering reports that don't conform to current standards. So this is increasing an administrative burden without actually increasing recycled water. And then in terms of the actual...
It could improve confidence in recycled water.
Is that a problem?
No, I think that's a good thing.
No, but I mean, is there a problem in our region with low confidence in recycled water?
The region doesn't recycle as much as a lot of other places.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't know why that is. It could be a surfeit of other water. But.
Yes, perhaps. The other thing I wanted to mention is dovetailing on Debbie's comments about the priority pollutant monitoring. Just recently in March, our regional water board adopted an alternate monitoring plan. So we looked at our data for the last decade of priority pollutants monitoring. It's almost all non-detect. So there was an idea that we could better use those resources used for monitoring those historic pollutants from a list developed in the 70s, reduce that monitoring and shift those resources to our regional monitoring program, where it would be targeted at CECs. So the alternate monitoring plan reduces priority pollutant monitoring for agencies that don't have any limits to once every 5 years. And then if all of our agencies opt into this, then our regional monitoring program gets a little shy of $300,000 a year off of this effort. So now any agencies that are doing water recycling are going to have to go back to doing once a year monitoring. So that really undermines the effort that we just went through to reassess how our resources are allocated. So if there is a way that our regional water board could be given discretion to continue to shepherd our resources and point them in the right direction, that would be very much appreciated. And the last thing was just a comment from some of our member agencies that it's not really feasible to have a prohibition on any kind of recycled water spray, given that most recycled water landscape irrigation is spray irrigation. So it sounded in the response to comments as if the staff were willing to consider the language that says that it should be minimized rather than prevented altogether.
We can talk about priority pollutant, but on that airborne spray issue, that seemed, do you have any response to that or any suggested changes?
A comment from Palo Alto and Dublin San Ramon Services District.
Sorry, to the response
Yeah,
to comments.
could you just reiterate the response and how we can address that issue? Because I think it's a good point.
Isn't it a distance rule, or is that different?
Also time of day,
Time of day and distance from homes and people.
Well, Title 22 doesn't specify time of day for irrigation. If it's tertiary recycled water, you're allowed to spray it.
Uh-huh.
Title 22 does minimize the locations that the spray can land on.
Right.
So if it's landing on a water fountain or an eating area, then it has to be diverted or covered. I did notice in the order that it does say prohibits spray irrigation, so we'll take a look at that. Because it's in Title 22, it's not prohibited, because most irrigation is spray irrigation. So we'll look at that terminology.
Okay.
If I can add, I think the prohibition for spray irrigation initially was put in, I mean, it's kind of dual purpose. First is to address protection of public health, as Randy described. And in spray irrigation, there could be mist, and there could be still pathogen in the mist that could be inhaled, and someone could get sick. So I think I need to find my response to comments, but what was proposed was to limit the public exposure. So, for example, irrigating at night or really early in the morning when no one's there.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
But the second purpose is also to make sure that we control this incidental runoff for compliance with the recycled water policy.
All right, but you'll take a look at the language, so it's not.
That is belt and suspenders, because we have a prohibition on runoff. So if we say don't spray because it might cause runoff, we're already prohibiting runoff. So
we just really don't like runoff.
Anyway, we want to have the right touch here.
All right.
On priority pollutant, I'm sympathetic to that point, because I've looked through maybe as many in the audience, I've looked through a lot of data on priority pollutants, and I affirm your point. And that's why the regional board was looking at transferring those funds. And so, this, to me, though, seems like a recycled water policy level question, and I want to get staff's response to that. And that, and we do periodically update the recycled water policy, which we did last in 2013. And so how can we address this flexibility? Because it's reasonable to have a track record of checking on priority pollutants, and we've shifted in many parts of our state to a once per permit cycle type arrangement. When do we start shifting gears and focusing on pollutants that really show up?
Well, I don't have an answer to that question, but I do have an answer that yes, the recycled water policy included requirements for priority pollutants and for CEC monitoring in there on a specific schedule for landscape irrigation, because that's what we were focused on when we wrote that recycled water policy. There is some confusion because at the time that the recycled water policy was adopted, it was focused on urban uses and not on agricultural uses, which is what Debbie Webster was discussing. We did not have agricultural folks in the committee that wrote the recycled water policy. Remember, the reason that we have some of these monitoring requirements was part of a negotiation between the concerns of increased recycled water use and the potential pollutants associated with that, and the desire to increase recycled water. So this was a balance that was struck between those two. I think that there is potential for us to look at the recycled water policy for the modifying it, but right now it's pretty clear about the priority pollutants, and I guess I would say that it's for landscape irrigation, it gave a 1 or 5 year schedule depending on the size of the plant. It is, I agree, different from what is in 9611, but that was adopted long before the recycled water policy, and though the recycled water policy was silent on the issue of should folks update existing requirements to be in line with it, I think that was the expectation of the board at the time.
And that's why, actually by giving 3 years for everyone to come into conformance with this proposed order, it turns out that coincides with the 10-year anniversary of the recycled water policy. So we will have, in essence, given everyone 10 years to get their reclamation requirements in line with the state's policy, if we keep the 3-year proposal.
Likely to be revised within the next 3 years?
Yes. And here I am speaking as someone who won't be around for it to be revised. But we will be considering a resolution as to what would get addressed in a revision this year. And I believe in water quality, Shala is working on that. And hi, there you are. So you should talk with the BACWA folks to make sure that they know what the plan is. Exactly when after the resolution it actually gets done will depend on workload and all that, the normal things. But the plan is to update it. Because there are a number of things that, because we were thinking in a somewhat more narrow area, and it's gotten much broader over time. So there are many other areas that need to be there. But you will get to see what would be done, and I don't see why monitoring couldn't be a piece of that.
I don't want to get too fast and loose with things, but there is the priority pollutant data that the dischargers provide, and these days it tends to be once per permit cycle. Do regional board staff consider that data for discharge as being representative of the recycled water quality?
No, because
yes.
Okay.
Yes, and so there are ways to try and leverage those investments.
So I don't mean to be too broad, but when we wrote that recycled water policy, we looked at what the general requirements were for waste discharge permits, and tried to mirror that and in the policy, and so that folks could use their existing monitoring that they were doing for their discharge for that. Right. Those have changed since then in some areas, and the Bay Area is one, which makes the policy based on information from 7 years ago and what we were thinking about then. We were not trying to impose more requirements. We were trying to ensure that these were being considered with the recycled water, and that if a permit, our permit was mirrored the approach being done at POTWs. But that is one of the issues with having policies go to that level of detail, because things change over time.
Clearly an issue worth discussing.
Okay. Ms. West, followed by Mr. Weiner, followed by Maria, I can't read it, I'm sorry. Maria Marison, you can say, from San Diego County Water Authority. Sorry. Even with my glasses, I'm not doing very well today. Apologies. Hi. It's not on?
It's not on?
Or something?
Closer to me? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. My height here. Okay, Chairman Marcus, members of the board, good afternoon. First, I want to say we've spent Water Reuse California, CASA, and our individual members have spent a lot of time on this permit since we learned it was going to be reissued. We did make some good progress with the staff. We want to thank the staff for that. We do feel like there was some significant progress we made and changes that will help recycled water and streamline the process. Now I want to talk about kind of the macro issue, which is finding 34. I was going to start today by saying it was unfortunate, frankly, that the Bay Area and the Coachella Valley regions had less than a month to find out that they were going to have to transition to this permit. We were in discussions on this in the fall, and so that was not made clear at that time. They still thought that they had the choice to opt in. As Bakwa described, we've gone from the existing permit, which allows, the 2014 permit, which allows a permittee to decide if they want to use their existing permit to choose the general order, to then the January version, where it is up to the regional boards to decide. The permittee has no more choice, to a month ago where the Bay Area regions and everybody with a regional board permit is now going to go under the general order into 3 years, to now proposal number option 3, which we've seen just today, which appears to say that all the other existing individual WDRs in the state would then have to be consistent with the general order. Now, I know you're working on a revision of the language over here right now, but that's the rest of the recyclers in the state. So I would say this appears to be a major change that we should renotice. This board is usually very transparent in the way it does things. And so I think that this is a change that is actually, there were many, many people who commented about what does this apply to? Does this apply to master reclamation permits? And this is not put out that this was going to be an option for people in the response to comments. So that's kind of a major issue. Would ask that you not move forward on option 3 at this time without other people understanding what's involved. So let's just talk, assuming we're not doing that for now, but moving forward on finding 34 the way it's written now, assuming that it will apply to that regional boards, regional permits will have to come under the general order. We'd ask, echoing Bakwa's comments, that you streamline and make that process for those regions as seamless as possible, working with them to make sure that they don't need to necessarily redo their engineering or O&M reports if they're sufficient and working. And so that is our request for you today, to work on that administratively. Some other changes. Now, these are things that we responded to, and there were some other comments made on problems we had with the general order that were not addressed. So once again, this would apply to not only, depending on who this is going to apply to, this would be a much bigger problem potentially. If you look at the general provision, page 25, number 8, on the monitoring and the reporting plans, as drafted, the proposed order appears to encourage regional boards to develop their own monitoring plans, quote, when necessary, at their own discretion. It specifically says that the monitoring, these are all monitoring plans, can be modified or, quote, even replaced. So this is a big uncertainty in terms of monitoring and reporting obligation for agencies. Once again, there's a model in the order, and there's some specific requirements when the regional boards can switch out and make different decisions within that model. But this overarching language saying that it can be replaced is very concerning. And we may, in that scenario, see regional boards may require groundwater monitoring when we think that this would require a site-specific order, they could do that. And that's what we're potentially seeing if this is not clarified. So we're very concerned. We recommended that the final sentence be struck, which references the ability for a regional board to modify or replace the MRP when they deem necessary. Okay, so last issue, we recently, excuse me.
Wait, can you explain what that last
The monitoring
was?
The monitoring reports?
Final sentence that refers to...
Okay, so it's general provision, page 25, number 8. However, it says, this is what we'd like struck, the regional water board's executive officer, the state board's executive director or designee may modify or replace the MRP when deemed necessary. We think that's just wide open, the replacement specifically.
So you want more constraints on what the regional board can do on that point?
If this is going to apply to the rest of the state, we're not going to know what our monitoring requirements are going to be if it can be replaced. So it's kind of a big deal. So we were not the only body that responded to this. A lot of other people had concerns on that particular issue as well. But as I said, there's a model monitoring report in the order that has a number of caveats that allows the regional board to do more or less on specific site specifics, but it doesn't say replace the whole thing. So that's a big concern.
John wanted to say something. Can she finish her last point, and then you'll... Yeah.
Final point. Okay. And I might need some assistance from folks in the audience on this one, but we recently learned that there seems to be confusion about the fact that the general order is the sole permit needed for the use of recycled water generated by producers. The State Water Board staff has said that the general order can be used as a standalone permit to serve recycled water. The San Diego Board is apparently requiring recycled water producers to also hold site-specific permits. Now, if you look, you've heard a lot of like, what does this apply to? If you look specifically in the order, we think that there's a very easy way to clarify this in finding number 40. And we would recommend language to this effect. Enrollment under the general order by a producer serving as an administrator may serve as the sole authorization for use of recycled water generated by the producer. Now, if it's getting confused in one region, it could get confused in other regions. We want to minimize conversations that your staff might be having to have. I mean, we know sometimes you got to get on the phone, but we don't think there's any harm to that. And since we have already heard that this is a problem, we'd like to get that resolved. So that's the final.
John, which did you want to respond?
So I just wanted to put in context the issue of regional boards or executive director modifying monitoring and reporting. That's pretty universal in our permits, that the executive officer, executive director can modify the monitoring and reporting programs in a permit. It's usually restricted to adding to the monitoring and reporting. This is a little more flexible and allows for changes, which would allow for deletions also. But that is a normal practice in, I think, all of our permits.
If the board prefers, one alternative would be to just leave the ability to amend the monitoring requirements to the state board executive director, and if the regional boards feel that they need some change, they can just ask, and if it seems appropriate, and nothing, like we want extensive groundwater monitoring, which could be problematic, then I could approve it, or the executive director could approve it, without having a regional board do it in the first instance.
Also on the issue of additional authorization, that was it Ms. West?
Yes.
I'll try to explain what we were thinking with that verbiage. The additional authorization language, I don't recommend changing, and what we were driving at with that was not the situation where a regional board would be able to issue a second permit. I feel anyway, that finding 33 in the order is very clear. that if a discharger enrolls under this statewide draft order, the regional board has to go along with that unless they can make a specific finding. There are some examples that this order is not protective.
Right.
And it can't just be because they think it's not protective. They have to include some evidence. And so I think that the risk of that happening is fairly low. You mentioned San Diego thought that they could just do it. Well, they could if they could show why this order is not protective.
And so potentially there could be a confusion based on the existing fact sheet. Number 2, wastewater treatment, it's number 2 on that order, states that wastewater treatment facilities that intend to produce recycled water for reuse must obtain separate coverage under a separate regional water board permit. There's scalping plants that don't discharge. There's some examples of agencies that just do, in fact, do recycled water and don't necessarily have to need a WDR and MPDS at the same time. So we just thought that it would be clearer to emphasize that. But I guess I would rather, before I leave the podium, thank you for considering that. I don't want to obscure the fact in these other comments that I really recommend strongly that you put out for notice the option 3, that would be a major, major change. Thank you.
On that, have you had a chance to do a quick review of how many entities would be affected by that change?
So it looks like it would apply to WDRs and MPDS permits and the master reclamation permits. So they would all have to be consistent with the general order and then say they could enroll, but if they're consistent, then the bottom line is they might as well enroll. So that's everybody else. So the rest of the state.
So your impression is it's those that have the combined MPDES water recycling requirements?
I don't know. I've just seen this language now. It's not fairly
And I
clearly
think,
written.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is the intent, that everyone that is got recycling would be consistent.
Yeah, and again, the expectation here is that everyone has had 10 years by that point to get in line with the 09 recycle water policy. Is that unreasonable?
I am not familiar with all the permits around the state, and I'm not going to stand up here and say that they're necessarily out of compliance with the recycled water policy. We know that one that was adopted in 96, that they're obviously the policy came after. We're dealing with hundreds of permits potentially around the state. I'm not familiar with them all, but there probably are some that are not. So to me, this just seems like it's kind of a fundamental issue for recycling in the state. Obviously, the point of this is to streamline and to do things in a transparent manner. So I would ask that you consider renoticing this or not taking action on this today on this particular finding. So.
And I'm sure Mr. Wells will chime in at some point, but in response to that last comment by Ms. West, I would just say that the option 3 language is being proposed in response to comments received on the finding number 34, which actually went out for public comment, additional comment within an extended deadline associated with that. So, my perspective is whether the board chooses or not to consider option 3, it is provided in response to comments, in response to finding 34. So that's a no, Jennifer.
I just wanted to mention quickly that additional authorization language was to drive at the problem that some of the dischargers, like the utilities, are having, where they go to a discharger who has a water recycling permit, say a city of San Diego, and they want to use water outside of that discharger's service area. That discharger's order says you can't use this water outside our service area. So this additional authorization language was designed to allow somebody enrolled under this draft order to use it outside of that service area.
There's probably a lot of cases where a landowner might straddle 2 different districts. I actually know of a couple of examples, where that flexibility would be useful.
I understand that clarification that you're trying to make it easier for folks to use recycled water, but I'll look forward to the simplification Mr. Wiles come. In reading it yesterday, I didn't know what it meant. And so I can understand the confusion or fear. It makes it feel that what we're doing is either complicating. Now, it's one thing to say, folks, we've had this policy for a long time. 10 years is a lot of time. Presumably there's a reason behind the policy, and maybe we'll reconsider some of the elements of it within the next year, as you were saying in response to Ms. Fono's comment. But we're going to need more clarity. We usually have more clarity at the close of a policy than I'm seeing today. So I'm going to look to my colleagues to talk through these issues before we decide today, since a lot of you spent a lot of time on these permits. And so I just think there's more confusion from a lot of players who spent a lot of time with us, and that in and of itself concerns me. So
I do need to make one clarification that maybe I misunderstood, but the second comment that Ms. Rose said was that to clarify that if someone had a scalping plant that was pulling water out of the sewer and treating it and using it for recycled water, that this would be the only permit they needed. And that is not true. You need a permit for your waste treatment plant that would be above and beyond this. And this is not going to replace the need for a permit for a wastewater treatment plant.
Right, if it's sewer mining. I prefer sewer mining.
Sewer mining instead of scalping. Scalping is bloody sounding.
Satellite is a term you can use.
But I wanted to make that clear. Maybe I misunderstood, but that's...
Oh, there you are. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Chairman Marcus and members of the board. My name is Jason Weiner, and I'm here on behalf of Wish Toyo Foundation's Water Initiative. I'm Wish Toyo's General Counsel and Water Initiative Director. And of course, while we, of course, are supportive and encourage recycled water projects, the problem with the general order is the state is overlooking all water, recycled, and all new water included must be managed by the state in this time of water scarcity, flow-deprived streams, overdrafted groundwater basins in an integrated manner that complies and adheres and is consistent with the reasonable use requirements of the California Constitution and the public trust doctrine. The general order does not contain provisions requiring that the state, through its issuance of the Notice of Applicability, the NOA, or other mechanisms, analyze whether or ensure that recycled water is used reasonably, is not used wastefully, is managed or used in a manner to protect groundwater supplies, and is managed or used in a manner to protect in-stream flow-dependent public trust resources. Adherence to agronomic water application rates as provided in the general order functions to protect water quality primarily, actually solely in our opinion, and does not function to ensure reasonable water use, prevention of water waste, and protection of groundwater resources and in-stream flow public trust resources. To adhere to Article X, Section 2 of the California Constitution and the public trust doctrine, before any recycled water is allocated or authorized for use under the general order must require that the State Water Board conduct a reasonable use and public trust analysis for proposed and contemplated end uses of recycled water listed in the Notice of Intent submitted to the State Water Board, and must condition the use and management of recycled water based on results from this analysis in the Notice of Applicability, NOA, or Notice of Applicability, or other mechanism. Further, the general order must provide guidance and contain procedures that ensure the reasonable use and public trust analysis is conducted properly and ensures the Notice of Applicability, NOA, adequately conditions the use and management of recycled water in accordance with the reasonable use and public trust requirements of the California Constitution and public trust doctrine. Finding 23, that the general is, quote, that the general order furthers the human right to water by encouraging the use of recycled water, thus reducing demand on other sources, is not supported by the requirements and procedures in the general order. In regions with flow-deprived streams and overdrafted groundwater aquifers, the general order does not require any analysis of the reasonableness of the use of recycled water it authorizes, or of whether the use of recycled water can be managed or used in a way to protect public trust protected resources or groundwater resources. Likewise, it doesn't require the protection of those resources. As a result, the general order threatens to facilitate new permanent unsustainable water uses dependent upon the state's water supplies and continuance of wasteful and unreasonable uses both of which threaten to permanently increase the demand and strain on the state's water resources instead of protecting them. I'd like to read you a quote from United Water Conservation District that was submitted to the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board during the Oxnard Great WRR-WDR hearing. It's in United's June 10, 2015 letter that we attached to our May 11th comments that we incorporate by reference here at this hearing that you have. United provides, quote, the term new water should reflect water, and United is a water conservation, it's a water utility. The term United provides in this comment letter that the term new water should reflect water that resolves the overdraft problem, i.e. leaving water in the ground, not water that expands water use and continues the overcommitment of the resource. Using recycled water where it has not been used before is a good start. However, using recycled water and simultaneously allowing the same level of groundwater pumping that has maintained the critical overdrafting of the basins is not new water. This will make regional sustainability more difficult to achieve and more expensive for those who haven't locked up special subsidized water deals for themselves. You can apply the same to in-stream flows where there's water users that already, in instance in our watershed in the Santa Clara River, there's water users that already receive water from the Santa Clara River that are also going to be receiving recycled water from Oxnard Great. And if when they receive that recycled water, if they aren't required to use it reasonably, and they aren't required to leave, instead of diverting the water from the Santa Clara River, if they aren't required to leave the same amount of water in stream that they're receiving from recycled water sources, we're not going to do it. We're not going to be able to solve our public trust issues related with deprivation of in-stream flows. And in closing, for the state board to ensure the protection of water supplies and the public trust resources of its rivers and streams for its residents and wildlife, the state board, as required by law, must manage all water, including recycled and new water, in an integrated manner that requires that all of the state's water be used and managed reasonably, not wastefully, and when feasible, in a manner that protects the state's groundwater supplies and in-stream flow public trust-dependent resources. I'd like to make one comment on findings, paragraph 33 and
Quickly,
34.
because you're over time.
Sure. We didn't feel the response to comments addressed our concerns. We feel that the regional board, for a regional board to allow a holder of a WRR, WDR to withdraw coverage and then enroll in the general order, we feel that the regional board must support its decision with concrete evidence that enrollment in the general order will provide equivalent protections for surface and groundwater resources and will ensure that recycled water is used and managed in a manner consistent with the California Constitution and public trust doctrine. In other words, in a manner that requires reasonable use and protection of public trust resources when feasible. So thank you for your time.
I think we will be making those findings someday, to be sure. Miss Marison? I'm sorry, I just can't read it. Is it you? Okay, great. You can just tell me. I'm sorry. San Diego County Water Authority, followed by Brenda Edelman. We'll have 10 minutes, followed by Ann Heil from the Sanitation Districts of Los Angeles County.
Noon. My name is Maria Mariscal, and I'm here on behalf of the San Diego County Water Authority and its 24 member agencies. Development and beneficial use of recycled water has been a key component of the San Diego region supply diversification strategy for more than 25 years. We thank the board and the staff for revising the original draft general order that addressed many of our concerns. We were particularly pleased that the State Water Board acknowledged that recycled water is a valuable resource. We also want to acknowledge that under Attachment A, Notice of Intent, the use of reasonably practical as it relates to measures to ensure compliance with the general order and as it relates to routine irrigation is a welcome addition. This will encourage the continuation of positive collaborations we have had in the San Diego region with our regional board as it relates to approvals of routine recycled water uses. We do, however, urge this board to acknowledge that agencies that are currently covered under master reclamation permits be allowed to continue to operate their recycled water projects under those existing permits. Use of master recycled water permits has increased the beneficial use of recycled water by standardizing processes and providing regulatory certainty to those agencies that have committed resources for the production and distribution of recycled water to reduce imported water supplies demands, particularly in drought conditions and particularly in our San Diego region. So unfortunately, it goes to say that we would also be in opposition to the proposed option 3 to finding 34 and concur with the comments made by the Water Reuse Association. So thank you for the opportunity to comment, and if there's any questions. No.
Thank you very much. Ms. Edelman, followed by Ms. Heil.
Brenda Edelman, Russian River Watershed Protection Committee. Thank you for the extra time. I also want to thank Shirley. She actually called me yesterday and we had a lengthy conversation about my comments. And anyway, I have several concerns. Basically, the definition of incidental runoff is a concern to me. And I would like to request that you have part of the definition from the recycled water policy, but I would like to request that you include the whole thing. That was something Shirley thought was reasonable, but I wanted to ask you directly. It's an excellent definition, I think, and one of the problems I've run into, now I've studied Santa Rosa and Roner Park's system in great depth, as you probably know. I have one-page picture of irrigation runoff from their systems. Can I pass this to you?
Yeah, sure. Give it to the clerk. Or can you, Jonathan, can you give it to the clerk?
Now,
and you've raised this issue before, so it's...
What's that?
You've raised this before, the enforcement question.
Okay.
Yeah. No, keep going. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I remember.
All right. Thank you. So basically, and Mr. Moore said that runoff is not allowed, but saying it's not allowed, putting it in a document, and then making sure that it gets enforced is a whole different matter. And what I've run into over and over again, I focus mostly on the urban areas, mainly because I just didn't have access to agricultural areas. And the city of Santa Rosa put about $20–30 million into an extensive recycled water project that covers a 2-mile area. It was called Phase 1. It was anticipated they would use about 900 acre-feet a year, and they ended up using 140, and they're not going on to Phase 2. What they said was they put a huge effort into just regular conservation practices, and they were far more successful than the irrigation program. Now, there were problems with, for instance, they were supposed to use agronomic rates. The pictures show clearly they're not using agronomic rates. One particular site was about 2 acres of area to be irrigated, and I think they used 2 million gallons for a summer season. Now you have to keep in mind, it hasn't been mentioned, that this irrigation basically takes place in the summertime. And that is the time when the creeks are the most vulnerable. And next year you're going to hear a proposal to permanently lower Russian River flows. We have serious phosphorus problems in the lower Russian River. The river is temperature impaired. And last year there was a dog that died after exposure to toxic algae. And there were signs on the beaches all summer long saying danger, even though people still use the water. Luckily, there were no other incidents last summer, but you put these, and then the issue with the recycled water running off, well, incrementally, maybe it's not a big deal in each case. I don't really know how many gallons end up in the creeks, but I have pictures of it going down the drain. And I think there are things that could be required that would be helpful. things like no irrigating in median strips, because where you have a grassy area between two cemented areas, you almost always have runoff. Every time I went out, when I saw the irrigation sprays on, a lot of it was blowing through the air, by the way, and there was one time I was driving down a major road and almost got hit in the face, and most people wouldn't know what was being sprayed, but I did, so I rapidly got my window up. But there are all kinds of issues around the type of equipment that's used. I think if drip irrigation were required, you would have far less problem with it. But one of the issues is most people who want to irrigate, it's because they want more water. And what do they do with the more water? Well, they use it for new development. And I was very interested in the prior comments about needing to demonstrate that that sort of thing, that it isn't being used for that purpose, but being used to supplement water at a time when there's a real shortage. So one of the things I've been deeply concerned about is I refer to it as endocrine disruptors. They disrupt just about everything in our bodies when we get too much of the wrong thing. They've caused fish. I have all kinds of USGS reports. If you go on their website, they do a lot of testing. I don't know if that's being followed by your staff or not, but there have been a lot of feminized fish, and it's a big concern because it also has major impacts on humans. It could be related in the areas of things like obesity, cancer, heart disease, Parkinson's. The list goes on and on and on of the problems that people have as a result of exposure. And the tricky part is that you can be exposed to an endocrine disruptor 1 minute and nothing will happen. And then at another time, and this is particularly true, say, of pregnant women who get exposed at certain periods of time when during their baby's development. And at one point in their gestation, nothing may happen, but if at a certain point they have a certain exposure, it's been proven that it could be predicted that the baby very well could be born with a major defect. This is particularly true of reproductive organs. It's also true that these things get carried down to future generations. We're just, and every day I get a listserv where I read horror stories about what's happening to water supply. The issue of the Toxic Substance Control Act being revised is very welcome, and hopefully that will help your agency to further define how to regulate certain activities, because I've never seen anywhere where they say that all of these toxic pollutants are taken out of wastewater. And there may be issues about the level of detection when you get a non-detect. Well, because endocrine disrupting chemicals can have an impact in the parts per billion level, it could be that we're just not measuring down low enough to find out whether the chemical is safe or not. So anyway, I'm also concerned about the nutrient issue, and when you have overspray, there are things put on the lawns and the landscape, such as soil amendments, extra nutrients, pesticides, herbicides. And so you not only have the runoff from the wastewater, but it's compounded by the additional runoff from the chemicals that are put on the lawns. And most people don't even know about this. In fact, one of the requirements, the cities and the users, districts are supposed to have training sessions for people who will be using the wastewater. Well, I went to a training session put on by Santa Rosa, and when people asked if it was really safe to use, the person in charge said, well, it meets drinking water standards, so it's safe, although you're not supposed to drink it. And so there is this impression given frequently that the use of wastewater is perfectly safe, and no, there's no real concern, and that simply is not the case. And I know it's a hard one because if you want people to use the recycled water, you need to convince them it's not dangerous, and you may not want to give them all the gory details, but nevertheless, another thing I read is that organic vegetables are allowed to use wastewater for irrigation, and it's been proven that the plants take up the toxins in the wastewater and end up in the edible portion of the plant. And whenever I tell someone that, they're horrified, and I'm horrified by that fact because I try to eat organic vegetables, and who knows, probably most organic farmers don't use wastewater, but to say they could is problematic. Anyway, there's always a lot more. I turned in a whole bunch of comments that went on and on. I've asked for forgiveness for duplication. I'm getting old and I don't always organize things as well as I used to. So thank you very much for your work, and I hope you can make that one change I requested in the definition of incidental runoff.
Thank you. I know you've been following it for a long time and haven't always been able to make it to our meetings, which is why I wanted to give you more time. So Shirley, you probably have that language for us when we get back to looking at things so we can talk about it. I do think we are trying to follow the endocrine disruptor issue, hence the work I asked Jonathan about, which we'll get an update on, our CEC work. Ms. Heil.
Hi, good
Come back
morning,
to
or
some of those issues.
good afternoon. My name is Ann Heil. I'm a division engineer with the sanitation districts of Los Angeles County. I had come today just to support CASA and water reuse, and I hadn't really planned to testify, but I was really surprised when I got here this morning and saw the new option 3 on the table. To us, that represents a very major change in the direction that this permit is going. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about us and then go into my comment. So first of all, we're an enormous agency with a very large, mature recycle water program. It's been in place for over 50 years. We currently recycle over 100,000 acre feet a year. We have over 800 individual sites. We have 2 groundwater recharge projects. Cumulatively, we've recycled over 1 million acre feet a year. We have a very huge commitment to recycle water. We take it very seriously, and it's really a critical supplement to the water supply in Southern California. We have 10 different water reclamation plants and 2 different regional boards. In terms of option 3, that would affect 8 of our water reclamation facilities in the LA Regional Board. It's not just Region 2 that has those permits that are the older ones that aren't master permits, that you also issue ones to the reusers. So all of our 8 would be under that 3-year timeline that you have proposed. We understand a need to redo these permits. They are 20 years old. We're not opposed to that. It's just the time frame, that 3 years, that we're finding very troublesome to us. We started the procedure to go through them. We're working with our regional board. We've had an application in to move coverage under one of the facilities. We're taking them one by one. Let's do one first. Over to the new permit. That went in right after the first of the year. It still hasn't been finalized. We know that it's going to take a long time to get through all these permits, and we don't think the 3 years is adequate, frankly. These are huge programs with multiple sites. They've been in place a long time. Some of the engineering reports are very old. Some of them we can't, we're digging through boxes to try to find the engineering reports from some of these. 1211 has to be made sure that's sorted out for all of them. We don't have control over 1211. It sits with the state. In order to go through 1211, you have to initiate a CEQA process. We don't have control over that. One of our plans to recycle water in the Santa Clarita Valley is currently being litigated, and we just got an unfavorable court decision last week on that project. So we are very worried about being able to move the 1211 through in a timely manner. If those don't come through, we would be required to as written here with no flexibility, cut off our recycled water supply if we weren't able to make that transition within the 3 years. For these old engineering reports, not just for us, but for all the other individual permits around the state and the general with old reports, they're all going to end up on Randy's desk and his staff. They're all going to have to be redone. We're very worried because it's been very slow to move potable projects through the permit process. He's got a great staff. Randy's great. We work with him and all of his people, but it's a huge burden. There's recycled water projects moving right and left, particularly potable. And if they get deluged with a whole bunch of potable projects or indirect potable, indirect non-potable, direct non-potable, sorry, okay, purple pipe projects
Thank you.
that they have a 3-year timeline to get through, the permit's going to expire, you're going to hold up those potable projects. You can talk with Randy over lunch, but they don't have the staff to process all these. Water reuse has been pushing for changes we want with Title 22. They don't have staff to move those. I'm just worried that this deluge of engineering reports on them is really going to slow things down. So, I mean, I really think you have to think very hard about unintended consequences and getting in the way of running these programs if you're going to be putting that 3-year timeline on. We get it. Yes,
Okay,
these
that's
projects should
helpful.
be modernized. Take out the 3 years. It is just not adequate. On other
I
issues.
think you brought up 1211. That confused me a little bit. That
That shouldn't be new.
shouldn't be new.
Not new, but if
you shouldn't have to do anything with 1211 if it's an existing diversion.
No, and we got that, and our one that's going through now is fine, but we're a little worried because someone was saying over here that they're going to go back and look at old ones. Some of these projects went in before the 1211 requirement came in, so that's where it would get held up for it. But beyond that, even if 1211 doesn't get in the way, there's still the administrative burden of getting them all through and getting them all through our regional board. And I'm mostly worried about getting them through DDW because they do, and they're, even for the existing potable reuse projects, they're all being redone with the new groundwater recharge regulations, so they're getting engineering reports on that. And we have 4 or 5 different new potable projects moving in our area, and those, we really don't want those held up. So there's a big burden there. On other issues, we're curious on that satellite plant. If I can't use coverage under here for a satellite plant, because there are satellite plants and we do have them, and they don't have discharge anywhere, what other permit are we supposed to get?
I think the question is whether they're used solely for recycled water and are they providing treatment?
Yes, they treat.
Okay, so then, staff can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure that this is intended to cover the full treatment requirements. Right.
So what permit am I supposed to get?
Well, so the regional boards do have authority to issue waste discharge requirements that would cover potential discharges of waste that could affect water quality. And
And we really think that it's a little flipped because WRRs, water reclamation requirements, go under Water Code 13523. They cover treatment. They are required to implement the Uniform Water Recycling Criteria, which is Title 22, and Title 22 specifies treatment. The San Francisco Board General Order specifies treatment. So the WDRs are all about discharge, protecting the groundwater underneath it. So if you have something that's over bedrock, those don't apply really. It's the WRRs that cover treatment because they're set to protect public health. You have to produce water of a certain quality in order to get coverage under the WRRs. So that's why as people who've been in this business for 50 years, we're just really confused about this whole discussion because the WRRs are the vehicle that require that you treat the water to Title 22 standards. We have WRRs for all these 8 treatment plants.
So let me ask you a question just to make sure I understand, because maybe we need to look a little more closely. So you have treatment plants that you operate now that have only water recycling permits.
Yes.
So I'd like to because this wouldn't supersede those, but I don't think this permit was written with the idea that, at least the last one wasn't written with the idea that this covered all of the things you need to do to make sure your treatment plant is operating correctly.
Well, there's an NPDES permit talks about the quality of the water that you're putting into the water. The NPDES permit, other than having secondary treatment, is not allowed to specify the means of compliance. So, right, it doesn't talk about, it doesn't go in and say, you have to give your UV system 100 millijoules per centimeter squared. That's not
No,
covered
but it
under
does
an NPDES
describe the
permit.
whole, the treatment train and internal
Does.
milestones and things like that. This permit doesn't have any of that.
No, but it does require you to meet Title 22 standards. So I think the water recycling requirements that we have for our treatment plants, our 8 treatment plants, specify the treatment that has to be provided to do the recycle water. It specifies the quality of the water that has to be produced, that the quality has to be consistent with Title
Sure,
22.
but do
And
those,
then Title 22 says it has to be disinfected tertiary, and then that disinfected tertiary in Title 22 specifies the type of treatment that must be applied. So as written, the permit does say what treatment you have to do. You have to meet disinfected tertiary, then you have to have tertiary treatment. It has to be a coagulated, oxidized, filtered water that has to meet a 450 CT or 5-log viral remover. It has to meet certain coliform standards. That's all in Title 22. That's all covered under the WRRs.
sure, I understand that. And what I was trying to get at is that I'm not familiar, and that just might be my ignorance, with any plant that does not also have either an NPDES permit or a waste discharge requirement.
As things stand right now, all of our treatment plants have, if they have WRs, they also have a WDR.
Right.
But the WDR doesn't necessarily specify the means of treatment. If you look at the recent permits that started the whole recycle water policy for LA Glendale and Tillman for the city of Los Angeles, it's the WRR part of those that specify the type of water quality to protect public health.
So what I'm just asking is, so what you're requesting is that in the future they would need a WDR and NPDES permit.
Yeah, it should just be covered under water recycling requirements. So Vista Canyon in the Santa Clarita Valley is getting a separate permit from the LA board. It's scheduled for this month. But all they really need to do is protect public health. This should be adequate. It's water recycling requirements. It's supposed to implement the uniform recycling water criteria. That's what it says in the water code. That's the whole purpose of a WR.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm just trying to figure out that, as far as I can tell, there aren't any permits that don't have a waste discharge requirement or an NPDES. And you would like this one to supersede those in the future.
Not supersede, but to be the vehicle. So when I make my satellite treatment plant, how am I going to get coverage for it?
Yeah, I don't think the intention of a general order that we're doing here would be to supersede the need if you're building a new facility to get a permit for that facility.
But what you're permitting is the use of the recycled water.
So maybe I can help.
Yeah.
I think there may be a misconception that the waste discharge requirements only would apply to the actual wastewater that's discharged to surface water or to ground,
Or
and not to the
groundwater.
recycle. Not to the
Surface water or
recycled.
groundwater.
Right. And when you say that these water recycling requirements should have all of the requirements for treatment, in fact,
They should have the requirements to treat it to public health standards.
right. So what we have, though, is a practice of adopting individual, and we could talk about the form of them, whether they're waste discharge requirements or NPDES or water recycling, but they are based on an application to the agency that says how you're going to meet Title 22. And they include site-specific requirements for how you'll meet Title 22.
Absolutely.
That would not be covered in a general order that addresses just the use of the recycled water.
That's where we'll disagree, because all that goes in your engineering report. All that's reviewed by Randy and his staff. And until his staff approves it, you can't get coverage under this permit. That's it. Under a WDR, that doesn't happen. You get a lot higher degree of review of your treatment in going through the general order. You can't do it. You can't use recycled water unless you have an improved engineering report saying exactly how you're going to meet Title 22 that goes through in gory detail all the treatment you're applying so that you meet the disinfection requirements of Title 22. If you don't have that approved engineering report, you can't have coverage under this permit.
I understand, and I agree with that. What I'm telling you, though, is that for individual facilities and individual waste discharge requirements and NPDES permits, like your facilities sound like they have, the agency also reviews a report of waste discharge, an application, and includes site-specific requirements, not in a standalone operation and management plan, but rather in the waste discharge requirements order themselves.
Well, if you look at an NPDES permit, that does not specify the treatment.
Actually, it does. Because we
Oh.
get a report of waste discharge that explains how the facility will treat, and then we include provisions about the proposed method for
About the
treatment
performance of them.
and the method.
I'll disagree with that.
So I'm trying to follow.
Maybe disagreeing with all of us. So
Well,
I
no,
do
no,
think
no. I
there's-
mean, I
but
don't have Bobby Larson here, and I
This is not
feel
the
at
best
a
use of the
loss.
time for everybody in this room. So I'm going to have to do a
Yeah.
time check. I have another card, but I think we've gone down a whole nother pathway here.
If I could just take my last 47 seconds then. There's one other thing I wanted to hit on real quick.
Go ahead
Is
and
that
put
okay?
it on deck, and
Okay.
then we'll figure
All right,
out what
sorry.
we're going to do the rest of the time.
So the last thing has to do with the MRP. There's been some talk back and forth. And in the LA region, they really are, it's very conceivable that as written, where it sort of says you can just toss out the MRP and do whatever you want, that we will get unreasonable MRPs that includes excessive amounts of groundwater monitoring. So for this little Vista Canyon, as an example, they're going to recycle maybe 400 acre feet a year, and they have to put in 6 or 8 different wells and do extensive monitoring for a very small project to irrigate the grass. So we would strongly support the idea of having changes to the MRP go through the executive director here at the state board. We think that would provide more statewide consistency, and he would at least have a discussion with the regional board. Do you really need that? You know, is that appropriate? Maybe there are special circumstances, but everyone else in the other 8 regions don't require that. Okay, thanks. Sorry.
One more speaker, and then I want to do a time check. My apologies for the folks. We said we wouldn't start before 1. We didn't say we'd start by 1. And this last item has taken a lot more time than I think we anticipated. And I think it is absolutely in the interest of the people who are here to discuss the next item that we get a short lunch break before we start. Because I think I've run everybody's blood sugar levels into the ground today. So, and I do think there's going to be a need for a little bit of feedback from the board members, potential changes, a decision to do it today, not do it today, whatever, that I want folks to be able to think about. So I was going to 3 options. No, that we listen to the last speaker, we take that in, then we take our break. I'd love to get it done before we eat, but frankly, I'm not going to be able to. I think if I have a little bit of time, I'm going to be more concise in my questions, and you all can keep working on what you heard because you heard the same stuff we did. Is that all right? Or do you have a better idea? I'm not sure either how we want to work that. I was going to do it at the end of the day. And then we have the option of doing a closed session during the next item if we feel the need, but I don't know yet until we hear from people. So I don't think we're going to do the closed session over lunch. I need photosynthesis and, yeah. Okay, no, thank you.
So, Madam Chair, do you want to tell those who are here for item 9 to perhaps return at 2 o'clock?
That would be my suggestion for the best use of their time as well. So if you're here for the next item, come back at 2. We'll try and take our lunch break and resolve this item. I can't guarantee we'll be done, but we're more likely to be done. Yeah.
If the board's willing to do this, the staff, we can get together and spend the board's lunchtime making sure that we have a cogent set of proposals for you.
Yeah,
If you'd like to give us some direction before that, that'd be great, but it's totally up to the board.
No, I'd love to have you do that. All right, let's hear from Sam Sarsafi from Regional SAN. Hi.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and the board. I'll take very few seconds to make it very short and hopefully make it easy by suggesting not to approve this today. One of the reasons is this morning when I was coming here, I had the day off yesterday, and I grabbed this, and option 3 is a complete surprise to us. We have a master reclamation permit. We have a department or a section that handles it. They were involved in commenting on the January and the April version, and this is something new. so I had to take a picture on my phone and send it to them. It's like, look at this. This is new. We have not had an opportunity to contemplate something like this. So I'll please request that to give us additional time to review this to see what kind of impact that really have on us and what kind of preparation we need to do, how we need to review it against the recycled water policy. So that's it. Thank you.
All right. My suggestion is we break for a half hour, come back at 1:45. And you guys will work on, you heard all the same things we did, so you can imagine. Okay. Great. We'll take a break for half hour. All right. It's 1:54 and we're reconvening. Sorry to be a little late.
Okay, so
All right, so
we have some options for you to consider. are alternatives so that we don't confuse them with the options that are in the paper.
Oh, that works.
But before we jump into that, Phil wanted to clarify a couple of things, and then I would like to give you the alternatives.
Good afternoon. Let's see, it's just a couple of sort of more legal issues that came up during the earlier part of the meeting that I wanted to address quickly. The first one is about, and this is kind of the big one that Jonathan's going to start with, but it's sort of what's the board's choices for finding 34. You heard some folks say that they were caught by surprise and didn't realize that this general order could apply to their facilities that are currently operating under existing orders. So I just wanted to kind of really quickly point out that the version that went out for public notice back in January actually should have been sufficient to put them all on notice that they could be covered by this general order, because it actually allowed the regional water boards to decide whether or not to convert those existing facilities to coverage under this general order or not. The version that went out in April changed that approach, and essentially for facilities that are covered under existing general orders, and I'm distinguishing between individual orders and general orders, for facilities covered by general orders, that those general orders would have to be revised and or rescinded, and they would have to be covered under this new general order that the board's considering. That finding 34 from April did not say anything at all about facilities covered under individual orders, and so it essentially retained the status quo for individual orders. And
Did
then
it retain the status quo, or did it retain the regional boards having the option?
That's another way of saying it. The regional boards always have the option of requiring somebody to get covered by a general order. So it retained that status quo, which meant that an individual facility either could or could not end up being covered by this general order. The version that people saw this morning for the first time further categorized different types of dischargers and the board's intent for them, and essentially retained the requirement that for facilities covered under an existing general order, that those general orders would have to be updated, that those general orders would have to be terminated, and they would have to be covered by this new general order. That's the same as what was in April. And then it did provide some direction for facilities covered by individual orders. And that direction depends on whether or not the facility is covered by a master recycling permit. And that may be where some of the confusion came in, because master recycling permits include within one order both the waste discharge requirements components and the recycling components. And so what was proposed in the, and there were copies on the back table as the quote option 3, really was just that if the facility was covered by an individual order that was not a master recycling permit, then the regional board would have 3 years to terminate coverage under that individual order and enroll that facility instead under the general order. On the other hand, if the facility is covered by an existing individual master recycling permit, then what the staff proposal was actually in many ways, I think, better for the facilities, because it actually allowed the permit holder, the master recycling permit holder, to choose whether or not to be covered by the general order. So that's the evolution of things. Jonathan's going to have a proposal. My key point in bringing up this history, the evolution of the finding 34, is to say that of course the board's free to pick any of those options. We even have another one we'll talk about in a minute. But from my view, I think all of the facilities were on notice as early as January that this general order could well apply to their facility, and that they were not in control of that decision, that was up to the regional boards. The second issue I wanted to mention real quick is just, you heard some comments in terms of waste and unreasonable use and whether or not these water recycling requirements were consistent with the board's authority and mandates regarding to waste and unreasonable use and also public trust. And I just wanted to point out that the legislature has already determined that the use of recycled water is not a waste, that it is in fact a beneficial use of water if it's used in lieu of potable water. And so I think that to a large extent that answers the question, but I also wanted to add that if there were some unusual circumstance where an entity using recycled water was doing it in such a way that it actually could constitute a waste or unreasonable use, this board still retains all of its authority to initiate a proceeding to determine whether or not it's actually an appropriate use of the water, and also retains its authority to exercise its public trust doctrine on a case-by-case basis. And so it's not necessary, and it's frankly probably not possible in a general order proceeding like this to actually make any broad pronouncements like that. And it also is, frankly, as the staff's testified several times, this is an attempt to come up with a streamlined water recycling approach. And so the suggestion that the board actually initiate a proceeding to determine whether or not that particular use, whatever the use may be for the recycled water, that it be, that the board determine whether it's a waste or unreasonable use, just seems like that would really slow down the entire process and would not result in any streamlined use of recycled water.
Right, legally, but I think from the longer term view, it was a good reminder of the fact that water is precious, and someday, that's why I said someday we will be making these decisions more, but at the moment, getting folks off potable into recycled water is the next step in many, many places, but we have to make a localized determination about these, not a broad categorical statement. So.
No, and I appreciate the discussion too, and I think I would point the commenter to our discussion about section 1211 of the Water Code, that there are safeguards when against unintended consequences of promoting recycled water to the detriment of public trust resources. So we do have a process, and it's explicit in the proposed order.
Jonathan's going to make some recommendations with respect to finding 34, which is sort of a threshold issue. And then depending on where the board wants to go after that, we have some specific language changes that we can talk about also.
On other parts of the order?
Exactly.
Listening to the other things that folks raised?
Yes.
Right.
So I have three alternatives on how to deal with the options for finding 34. And I will start with my recommended alternative, which is my recommended alternative is to go with the option number 2, which was noticed in April, which requires general orders to be rescinded within 3 years and be moved over. Along with that, I would recommend that the board direct staff to bring back the recycled water policy, to update it to be clear on the timing and manner in which other permits that are not general orders are updated to reflect the recycled water policy. That will allow us to delve into some of the issues related to priority pollutants and to deal with some of the issues about the confusion about master reclamation permits and individual permits and how to best conform those to the policy. It also would allow the policy to be modified to be clear that it isn't just landscape irrigation, which was the focus when it was adopted, and it would allow for us to be a little more clear. That would be my recommended option. There are 2 other options that I see for the board. The
alternatives, right? Yeah.
Alternatives. Did I say alternatives? Alternatives, not options. The second alternative would be to direct the staff to notice option 3 for a 30-day time frame so that we take care of the concern that I heard repeatedly that that it was too expansive at the last minute. And of course, then the third alternative is, per my legal counsel, that we do have the ability to move forward and that we move forward with option 3 as it with some minor modifications to address some issues. And so those are the alternatives with my recommendation. Depending on where you go, we do have some other language that we would like to insert.
I have a question. It seems to me that, especially with some of these maybe more ancillary issues that were brought up today, ancillary to the original intent, which was just to tighten up the general order, that the option, the alternative that you provide, your preferred alternative, is the best way to go. But I would like to get your comment on some of these, the frost protection issue, the saturated soils, the ergonomic rates. Is that the appropriate place to be discussing these things? Because you didn't include that in your list, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, that would be exactly the appropriate place to be doing it. The recycled water policy already talks about ergonomic rates, and it would be appropriate for us to revisit any nuances with that in the policy and not in one permit that, and then ask people to be conform with that permit.
Good. And
I'm sorry, can I just get clarification on that? So a lot of these issues that came up, one of the is I like getting things done as much as the next person, but I was uncomfortable with the idea of let's go ahead and pass it, but then we're going to come back in a year and decide what parts of the policy need to be redone, and then they would have to come back and adjust again. It does make more sense to figure out what might we adjust in the policy, which is now a number of years old itself, before having people go through the whole process.
So I agree, but that is always our conundrum with when we have policies. One of the issues is that if we should update our policies, allowing for all the people to comment and input on it, and then provide a reasonable time frame for the permits to be modified to come into compliance. Yes, it might mean that this permit has to be modified too, but that's probably appropriate. This permit is built on the existing recycled water policy, which is in effect today. There are a number of issues that come forward that are really related to other permits that are, I think we have the ability to do it because they're related and we noticed them that way, but would maybe more appropriate to deal with holistically in the policy. That's my recommendation, at least.
I appreciate that. I think it would represent a compromise to give a little more time to bring in what may be a more complex universe of examples than was contemplated when option 3 was drafted. There are simple examples out there, and that's where my input to this discussion, with Tom, where that's come from is the regional order in the Bay Area was based on templates that I developed for specific dischargers where we were doing recycled water ahead of the game. And we're doing it for reasons like environmental protection and mass loading reduction. And so I worked closely with Eric Lacey, who still works for us in the Division of Drinking Water back in the early 90s for this template that was then turned into the regional order. So there are individual orders out there that weren't dovetailed into the regional order where the same, administrative issues come up. And it makes perfect sense for those to be either updated or, better yet, rolled into a general order because it would take less staff resources. So my frame on this is this general order statewide is based on the success of the San Francisco Bay region's general order template, but it brings in recycled water policy, Title 22 updates, and a good review of Division of Drinking Water. and is a logical outgrowth, of that successful regional general permit. Do you update that permit now to be consistent with all the updates that have gone on, or do you just do a statewide effort and address an issue that is consistent throughout the state? The application of recycled water to protect public health and prevent degradation of surface and groundwater. It's a straightforward activity that doesn't need 9 different ways of doing it. So with that frame, I'm comfortable with option 3. But what I've learned through this discussion is there are probably some unintended consequences administratively of such a broad brush, action at this time without more vetting of the issue. So your proposal to address those complexities in an update of the policy itself, I think is compelling. And so I for this particular issue, I do support your recommendation.
And I interrupted Board Member Diadamo, so you may have another.
Just some more information on time frame. What would you expect on what the time frame to update the policy?
So what we would expect is to bring back a resolution describing the different things that we would be looking at in the update this summer, and then depending on what is decided on for update, we will be able to give you a time frame. If it's a narrow set of issues, it'll be shorter, and if it's a more broad, it'll just take longer. And I can't answer that until we've had that discussion about what it is we want. But we would be bringing that forward this summer. I think August was the time frame discussed to talk about the what should be updated, and then depending on that, it would be a year or 18 months or so.
Well, it just seems to me that with the variety of comments that we got today, and there's probably others that are out there that weren't necessarily focused on the general order, that it'd be important to have some outreach before you bring that to us.
Yes, we will do that. We live for outreach.
So most of the time. Not this time.
Well, and for those who were around during the recycled water policy development, which John was, and so was Tam, and so were many of the people in the room. Martha Davis was one. The recycled water policy of 2009 was based on a very hefty outreach approach, and I think that's good. And I am thrilled, actually. I will absolutely support option 1, the one that you recommend.
Alternative 1, which is option 2.
Alternative 1. Oh, gosh. Oh, dear. Alternative 1, which you recommended, for all the reasons you recommended, but also because I do think the recycled water policy does need to be updated in a very timely way. And now Shala has will have the impetus to work with Randy and staff to do something that is even more robust than what we have right now.
So that being 3, my comments are probably not necessary, but I will go ahead and say that I also support alternative 1.
So given that, I think that there are some changes that need to be made that based on the comments, so that on the other parts of the permit, so that we can deal with those issues. And Phil, are you going to take this?
You just give me a heads up what the issues are. I'm assuming you're going to talk with the breadth of monitoring leeway.
That's one of them. In no particular order, there was an issue about spray.
The whole definition of incidental runoff rather than partial.
That's another one. So the specification about, actually it's just a finding about airborne spray, incidental runoff definition we'll talk about. There was an issue raised by Civiqua about a provision that relates to existing waste discharge requirements or NPDES permits. We can talk about whether the board wants to make that a little bit more clear or not. There was an issue about anti-degradation and groundwater impacts from multiple water recycling projects. And then the last one was, that I have on my list anyway, is limiting the revisions to the monitoring and reporting programs to the state board as opposed to the regional board. It's something we can discuss if the board's interested in doing that.
I'd like some sort of direction to come back to the board with an update on our process and activities to continue the work on contaminants of emerging concern, including endocrine disruptors. I'd want that in somewhere in the recommendation to you. Direction.
Direction to staff.
Direction to staff.
Okay, so I'll go in order here. And if there's anything else that I'm not hitting, by all means, please speak up. In order in the draft water reclamation requirements, starting on page 9. And this is finding 29, paragraph B2 at the very bottom of page 9. And I'm referring to the version of the water reclamation requirements dated April 22, 2016. That's in the footer. It's just adding at the end of existing B2 the existing B2 says application of recycled water is controlled to prevent airborne spray. Adding at the end of that to be completely consistent with Title 22 to prevent airborne spray from entering dwellings, comma, eating areas, comma, or food handling areas. So again, just to limit it so it's exactly what Title 22 already requires. And again, I'll point out that's just a finding, but I think some people were concerned about it. Any discussion on that one before I move on?
As long as it's whatever Title 22 says. Okay.
Page 20, and this is part of the general water reclamation requirements specifications. It's under paragraph B1F as in Frank. There was some concern that by requiring that the distribution and use under this general order be in compliance with waste discharge requirements or NPDES permits for the facilities, there was some concern that that meant that they would have to comply with every aspect of the waste discharge requirements or NPDES permits. I don't frankly think it reads that way, but if the board's interested, we could clarify it. And if we were to do that, I would propose that we add at the end of that clause, so it would read WDRs or NPDES permits for recycled water production facilities, comma, to the extent that the WDRs or NPDES permits include provisions that address recycled water. Any discussion on that? Again, I don't think it's necessary, but I also don't think it hurts anything.
Clarification's always nice.
All right, moving on then to page 24 of the draft water reclamation requirements. Under D, general provisions, paragraph 2, the issue was raised that the first sentence appears to not allow any degradation whatsoever of groundwater resources. In the findings, the board makes a series of findings regarding potential degradation of groundwater from water recycling projects that would be authorized under these general WDRs, or excuse me, these general WRRs. What we're proposing to do then is just to make sure that this provision is consistent with those findings. And the way we would do that is in paragraph 2, I'm not going to read the entire first sentence to you, but adding to the end of the first sentence, I'll read the last clause. So again, this is from the existing paragraph 2. That first sentence ends with, to ensure that the overall impact of permitted water recycling projects does not degrade groundwater resources, we would propose to add, in a manner inconsistent with findings 27 through 32. And those findings, if you want to flip back to them briefly, on pages starting on page 8 and running through page 14, they discuss the potential impacts to groundwater resources in some cases, and discuss why this order is consistent with the board's anti-degradation policy in allowing discharges under this general order. Should I move on? Okay. Next change would be on page 25. The very last general provision, paragraph 8. This refers to the monitoring and reporting program provisions. The proposal here would be to retain the existing approach, which is where when the notice of applicability is issued, it would include the monitoring and reporting program. That notice of applicability would be issued by either the regional board's executive officer or state board's executive director or designee. What we would propose to do, though, is to make it so that any future revisions to the monitoring and reporting program would have to be issued here at the state board rather than at the regional board. So if that's the board's desire, we have language that would accomplish that. And I'll go ahead and read it to you, and you can decide whether you like it or not. It would be revising the first 2 lines by striking the words "and any future revisions," so that the first 2 lines would read, "The administrators shall comply with the MRP issued with the NOA, comma, as specified by the Regional Water Board's executive officer or State Water Board's executive director or designee." The next sentence would stay the same. A model MRP is provided as attachment B. And then we would propose to modify the last sentence to strike the words Regional Water Board's executive officer or, so that the last sentence would read, "However, the State Water Board's executive director or designee may modify or replace the MRP when deemed necessary." And then we had one more request that that staff is fine with recommending, and that is to expand the definition of incidental runoff so that it's consistent with the definition of incidental runoff in the water recycling policy. And on page 9 of the policy, it includes actually includes several things, but only one additional sentence that's actually part of the definition. And I can read that to you now. We would propose that this be added to page D3. So this is attachment D, which is the terms, the definitions. And on page D3, there's a definition for incidental runoff. The first sentence tracks with what's in the recycled water policy, but it does not include the second sentence. That second sentence that could be added, if the board likes, is as follows. Water leaving a recycled water use area is not considered incidental if it is part of the facility design, if it is due to excessive application, if it is due to intentional overflow or application, or if it is due to negligence. So that additional sentence would then be added to the existing definition for incidental runoff, and it would provide additional information as to what would and would not be considered to be incidental runoff.
And just for clarification, that comes from the current recycled water policy.
That's right. It's verbatim from the recycled water policy. I could read it one more time if you like. I read it. Or maybe you're just tired of hearing my voice. So that's the sum total of the changes that staff's proposing.
Thoughts? Yeah, I think that was good listening. Can I add something to the, well, of course I can, to the direction to staff? I try not to take advantage of that. I'd also like us, I know enforcement resources are constrained across the board, but I am concerned about the pictures that Mrs. Edelman showed, and I would just like some report back on enforcement, how much inspection we're doing, what we expect, what kinds of things people are doing to make sure that the rules we put out there are complied with. I think that's important for the future of recycling, which, as you know, I'm a big supporter of.
I will include it. I have 3 things now.
Great.
So I have a report back on CECs, where we are on our different projects, a update to the recycled water policy, bringing back the scope of an update of the recycled water policy this summer, and now a report on inspections and enforcements related to our existing recycled water permits.
I move adoption. With the 6 changes, no, 5 changes.
And the option 2.
Pardon?
And the option 2 language, which Jonathan described as
And
alternative
the
1.
option 2 language, yes.
Second.
Correct.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Carries, thank you. Oh, good listening. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate the comment. And I want to have a follow-up conversation on the public trust, waste, and reasonable use stuff you raised outside the context of this. Okay, I'll follow up. Better than I thought, yeah. Okay, this goes in this file. All right, give you all a minute to set up. I believe we're ready for item 9 now. We always try to guess, but we didn't guess that one right, so my apologies.
Good afternoon, Chair
Take it
Marcus.
away.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Chair Marcus, Vice Chair Spivey Weber, members of the board. I am Michael Buckman, Supervisor of the Hearings Unit, and I am here to present agenda item number 9. With me today is Nicole Kinsey, Staff Counsel with the Office of Chief Counsel. Staff recommend adoption of the draft order that dismisses the pending enforcement actions against Byron Bethany Irrigation District and the West Side Irrigation District. As you know, in 2015, California was facing its 4th consecutive year of very serious drought. Starting in 2014 and continuing in 2015, the Division of Water Rights developed a water availability analysis that compared forecasted water supply and estimated water demand to determine when water was anticipated to be unavailable for certain categories of rights. The division used this analysis to notify right holders when water appeared to be unavailable based on their priority. By May 1st, 2015, the State Water Board had notified all holders of post-1914 appropriative water rights in the Sacramento and San Joaquin River watersheds that the information available indicated that water was unavailable to serve their priority of rights. On June 12, 2015, the board informed holders of appropriative water rights with a priority of 1903 or later within the Sacramento and San Joaquin River watersheds that based on forecasted data, water was unavailable to serve their priority of rights. The Division of Water Rights received information that Byron Bethany Irrigation District and the Westside Irrigation District continued to divert water after the water availability analysis conducted by the division indicated that water was not available to their priority of right, and after the Irrigation District received notice from the division that water appeared to be unavailable to serve their rights. Byron Bethany Irrigation District claims a water right with a priority date of 1914, a pre-1914 water right, and the Westside Irrigation District has a license with a priority date of 1916. In July 2015, the Division of Water Rights issued an administrative civil liability complaint against Byron Bethany Irrigation District and a draft cease and desist order against the Westside Irrigation District, alleging that the districts diverted water when no water was legally available to them. Both districts requested hearings in response to these allegations. Upon request of a majority of the parties, the hearing officers consolidated the portions of the hearing to address the availability of water. The consolidated portion of the evidentiary hearings commenced on March 21st, 2016 and continued on March 22nd and 23rd. The prosecution team rested its case on March 23, 2016, and subsequently, the hearing officers suspended the remaining portion of both evidentiary hearings and closed the evidentiary record in both matters. The draft order consists of two parts. The first part of the order addresses the threshold issue of the board's authority to issue penalties pursuant to Water Code Section 1052 against holders of pre-14 water rights who divert water when water is not available under their rights. The draft order clarifies that the board has this authority. The second part of the draft order addresses whether the prosecution team carried its burden of proof by presenting sufficient evidence to demonstrate that, more likely than not, the districts had diverted water when water was unavailable to them. The draft order finds that the prosecution team adequately explained their water availability analysis for the purpose of forecasting, but did not do so for the purpose of enforcement absent at least additional supporting explanation and possibly evidence. The draft order was released to the public for comment on May 26th with a comment deadline of noon, June 3rd. The board received a total of 8 comment letters, 6 of which were from hearing parties. Many of the comment letters expressed support for the dismissal of the enforcement actions. However, 4 of the comment letters stated disagreement with the conclusion regarding the board's authority to take enforcement action pursuant to Water Code Section 1052 and requested we remove that section of the order. We received comments from the prosecution team requesting resolution of 3 additional legal issues that were raised and briefed during the proceeding. We also received a request from the Department of Water Resources that the board immediately initiate a rulemaking process for a water availability methodology. Staff do not recommend any changes in response to the comment letters. However, we recommend one minor correction be made to the draft order. On page 11, first paragraph that begins, as a practical matter, in the third sentence of that paragraph that begins, by this reading, we recommend we replace the word priority with the words water rights. So the sentence would now read, by this reading, the board can enforce the water rights system during wet years when there is no shortage in supplies, but is unable to do so during an historic drought when there may be insufficient supplies even for the most senior right holders. This concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
I'll give them 3 at a time so you can be paired. 5 minutes is fine. First we have Steve Nicolay. then Janelle Krattinger, followed by Becky Sheehan. Nikolai?
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and honorable board members, good afternoon to all of you. My name is Steve Nicolau. I'm an attorney from Tracy, California. Disclaimer though, I'm not a water attorney. I am here to speak with you for a few minutes concerning the draft order pending before you for the dismissal of the administrative civil liability complaint against the Byron Bethany Irrigation District that you will be considering in closed session later today. I am not here to speak on behalf of BBID or any of the other agencies that are parties in this matter, all of whom are represented by very bright and able counsel. But on behalf of those persons who I believe have been impacted the most by the actions taken by your prosecution team against BBID in the last year, the farmers who farm in BBID and depend on BBID for their water. Not only did the state's complaint against BBID seriously impact these farmers last year, the complaint has also affected their ability to obtain financing for their farming operations for the current 2016 crop year. It appears that lenders are nervous about lending money to the BBID farmers where there's the threat of a potential multi-million-dollar fine hanging over the provider of their water. I have read the draft order, and I'm glad to see that you are coming to the conclusion the rest of us reached at the end of the first day of the combined hearings on the BBID and Westside Irrigation District actions on March 21st, to wit, that the prosecution team had failed to meet its burden of proof that there was no water legally available for BBID to divert under its pre-1914 water rights between June 13th through June 25th of last year. I will leave it to the experts and the water attorneys, who have a far higher pay grade than I do, to argue under what circumstances this august body has the authority under the law to regulate the diversion of water by a pre-1914 appropriative water right holder such as BBID. I am sure that this is a battle that will be fought another day, be it in the form of a future action initiated by the State Water Board, in the courts, and or in the legislature. That goes without saying. It does go without saying that this board does have a great amount of authority and power over all things water in this state. And exercising that authority and power, I hope the one lesson that we can all learn and profit from as you consider dismissing the complaint against BBID is this, that with great power comes great responsibility. That power needs to be exercised wisely and judiciously with a touch of humility. For if it is not, then the exercise of that power can have a significant and deleterious impact on ordinary people, people such as the BBID farmers and all those who rely for their well-being from farming. And by that, I mean not just the employees who work for BBID and the families of those employees, but every person in this room, this state, and this great nation of ours that rely for their food and fiber on folks like the farmers who farm in BBID. I hope and pray that next time, when those acting on behalf of this august body look to assert the board's authority in any water-related matter in this great state of ours, that they do so in a prudent and responsible manner. The BBID farmers, I'm talking about the farmers now, real people. I'm not talking about agencies. I'm not talking about attorneys. I'm talking about real people out in the field, have been suffering both financially and emotionally in the last year because the prosecution team acting on your behalf did not act prudently and responsibly in pursuing its action against BBID. I beseech this board to right that wrong and do what is legally, ethically, and morally appropriate by dismissing the complaint against BBID, and to do that today at the conclusion of your closed session on this matter. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Rattinger. Hi, thanks. Tell me if I pronounced that right. Followed by Ms. Sheehan, followed by Philip Williams.
Good afternoon. My name is Janelle Kradiger, and I am here to provide comments on behalf of the Westside Irrigation District, Banta Carbona Irrigation District, and the Patterson Irrigation District. First, we commend the hearings officers for halting the hearings and for proposing an order declining to issue the orders proposed by the prosecution team. However, we do disagree with the conclusions proposed in Section 3.0 of the draft order for the reasons submitted by the parties during the hearings. We would urge that Section 3.0 be deleted in its entirety and the decision limited to a simple dismissal. The prosecution team has requested that this board go further and add legal rulings on more procedural issues, arguing that these issues have been, quote, fully briefed and are, quote, ripe for decision. We disagree. It is incorrect to say that these issues, including the issues currently included in Section 3 of the draft order, have been fully briefed. The parties submitted opening briefs that address some, but not all, of these issues. Before this board issues legal rulings on procedural issues of such importance, all parties should have had a full opportunity to argue and brief those issues. That has not occurred here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Becky Sheehan, followed by Mr. Williams, followed by Kelly Geyer.
I'm Becky Sheehan. I'm here for the State Water.
Pull it up. You're a little taller. Yeah, right.
Okay. I'm Becky Sheehan, and I'm here for the state water contractors. We don't wish to speak specifically to BBID or Westside. Instead, we'd like to speak to the larger issue of enforcement and the state board's activities. We very much support the state board in their efforts to enforce water right priority. We absolutely believe the board has the authority that it asserts and describes in Section 3 of the order, and we fully support having that section continue to be in the final order. We also hope that the Water Board will continue to have enforcement as a priority and that it will continue to take all steps necessary to ensure that a method is in place so it can pursue enforcement in the future, and that these efforts take place in whatever maybe specific process or additional process might be in order occur in advance of the next dry year. Thank you.
Williams, followed by Kelly Geyer.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Philip Williams. I'm the Deputy General Counsel at Westlands Water District. Westlands Water District supports the dismissal of the order. Westlands appeared simply and primary and only in the Westside draft CDO proceeding and not the BBID proceeding. And our single purpose was to protect CVP water and transfer water that traveling through the Delta. Given that, we support dismissal of the order, which may sound a little strange. If you were to ask me what I think, what I would tell you is I don't think there was water for Westside to divert. But I'll say out loud what everyone in this room I hope is thinking is what I think doesn't really matter at all. What matters very much is the determination, how that, or the bases for that determination. And I think in your order, in your finding, you point precisely to that when you essentially on page 14 find that you are precluded from making a finding because of not of anyone's malfeasance or misfeasance or nonfeasance, but because of inconsistencies in the water availability analysis that was done. So we're looking at a process, and it's that process that I think precludes you from making the finding. I believe that's what you're finding. Next steps, Westlands Water District supports enthusiastically administering water rights responsibly. We applaud you in your steps that you and your staff took this year. And I think going forward, several parties proposed a public forum, a public process entirely appropriate. I would suggest that formal rulemaking be a part of that. And by that, I mean formal non-emergency rulemaking and really take the long view here and not try to shoehorn something in. The focus of that process should be on water right holders or those who hold water rights or have an interest in water as it travels through the Delta or in the Delta itself. And finally, I would like to say I can appreciate the fact that this was probably not a very easy process for the hearing officers, for your staff, and particularly for your agency. I can appreciate that fully. I applaud the difficulty of that decision, and I applaud the efforts of your staff. Thank you. Pending your questions.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board and Chairman Marcus. My name is Kelly Geyer, and I'm the Director of Administration with Byron Bethany Irrigation District. I'm not here today on behalf of the district. I'm here today on behalf of the 160 farmers and ranchers that I work very closely with over these last few years in these very, very stressful environment. I respectfully request that the Water Board accepts staff recommendation and dismisses the ACL against BBID on behalf of those 160 farmers and ranchers. I wanted to take a moment and discuss how closely we're all related here in this room. Sacramento boasts that it's America's farm to fork capital. So as you dine in Sacramento, Ella, and you order the Brentwood corn succotash, I want you to know that BBID's farmers grew that corn. Or as you're sitting at the Grange and that Brentwood sweet corn is on the menu, or the green beans, BBID's farmers grew that corn and green beans. Or even when you get the dessert menu at Hawk's Restaurant, on there, it's Frog Hollow Farms sweet apricot tart. That wasn't only grown by BBID's farmers, it was also made by BBID's farmers. So you can see we're all very connected in these water issues and very difficult times. So all I'm saying is I'd like to implore the state of California to work with public water agencies like BBID to help fix the water problem in this state. Thank you very much for your time.
If that concludes the public comments, then let me just say, I guess as one of the two hearing officers for these two matters, I want to take a moment and thank all the parties who participated in the process. I want to especially acknowledge the two commenters who brought up the issues of the farmers and the challenges and the stress and the difficulties that they have been facing with respect to these orders. I guess the one regret I would have is that we could not have moved faster, but given the process, given the various administrative constraints, I think everyone did their very best, staff as well as all the parties, to I think, held a very productive, efficient meeting, and we learned a lot, I think, going through this process. And so I appreciate, again, all the parties who participated, but I also have to take exception to one comment, and that is, regardless of the order and I believe our inability to make the ruling necessary, I do not believe the prosecution team, our staff, act irresponsibly. I believe they did a very good, they developed a tool that was critically needed in unprecedented times, and they used that tool to the best of their abilities, and they conscientiously proceed with carrying out the responsibility that our prosecution arm of this agency has to fulfill. However, this was a difficult case under difficult circumstances, and actually, the first time that, at least during my time on the board, that we've gone through this particular process. And so there was much to be learned for all of us involved. And I will reiterate at least my personal commitment that enforcement activities remain a priority for this board, but there are, like I said, lessons learned from this particular 2 incidents that we will carry on and integrate into future activities. But this nonetheless was a process that we undertook in the midst of a drought that was responsible, that was part of the mandate of this agency. And in conducting the hearing, in arriving at the draft order that the board will be considering today, we implemented the tools and the authorities and the process that we are required to as part of these water rights proceedings. So I just want to emphasize that particular part. And again, thank to all the staff, including the prosecution team and all the parties for engaging in this process and helping us arrive at today's discussion, where we acknowledge that there were a lot of things that that we learn along the way, and we look forward to more, I guess, a more engaged process in the future, as I'm sure we will continue to look at future challenges with respect to water rights, implementing the water rights system in very challenging times of water shortages. And unless there are any further discussions, I will go ahead and just move the item for adoption with the change sheet as read into the record by Mr. Buckman.
I will second. I will second. And at some point after this proceeding, we should decide what we're going to do about the process moving forward when in terms, so that it's clear to both stakeholders as well as to our own staff as to what they should be doing and in what order and where and how.
Rock situation too.
Exactly right. But I totally agree with Tam on all of this. Thank you. I do second.
Just a comment.
Sure, and if people want to go into closed session, we can absolutely do that, so I just defer to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather say this in open, actually. First of all, I just want to acknowledge that we did learn some things, and that the thing that became most clear to me is the objectivity of the board and the hearing officers. I've heard for years this concern about whether or not there truly is a wall between enforcement and the decision-making authority of the board. And this really proved out that it's the burden of the prosecution to demonstrate, to offer forth the evidence. And it's a requirement of the board to review that evidence and make a determination based upon the evidence and not some predetermined notion. And so I just really want to compliment the hearing officers and the order, the team that worked on that draft order. I think that it does a very good job of analyzing exactly what happened. And I followed, I wasn't there, but I followed the hearings on the web, and think that the order really hits the sweet spot. As far as moving forward, one of the things that I think that we should really focus on is the offer that some have made today, Westlands and the state contractors. But I know that BBID and Westside also during the hearing reminded us that back when we were looking at the curtailment regulation, this was an emergency regulation that was brought to the board. At that point, most of the entities that were participants in this hearing offered at that time that the emergency regulation process was not the way to go forward. They felt that we should continue to have a dialogue, some additional workshops, and that they'd be very much interested in working with us on an approach, whether that's a water availability analysis or what have you. And so I think now that we've got the luxury of just a little more breathing space, not in the serious situation that we were in the last couple of years, that we should take them up on that offer. and hear back from staff soon about an approach, whether that's putting a draft out there or starting with stakeholder meetings or starting with the workshop. My preference is that we start with stakeholder meetings and a workshop before we actually put something out. But I think it's important very soon because we continue to be in a drought. Who knows what next year is going to be like? And I know we have a lot on our plate, but this is a priority. And so I think it's important to signal soon to the stakeholders what is the process going forward.
Thank you, and we will put something out very shortly on what the next steps are.
Well, I think Board Member Diadamo captured a lot of my sentiment as not a hearing officer in this proceeding. I just was proud to be part of this agency and our maintaining integrity in terms of organizationally and through transparency, really going through in an objective manner as possible. I regret that there has been angst and anxiety that has gone along with this, but I do not fault the prosecution team, as Board Member Dodick pointed out, using the tools and authorities at our disposal. And I just appreciate the comments today. They're very much in a constructive frame to really recognize this as a shared challenge for all of us to have a system that can be more real time as we face water scarcity issues, and we will face more. So for what it's worth, I'm very committed for us to refine our tools and open up the books in terms of our analyses so that there's buy-in to the decisions that are ultimately reached. But staying true to the water priority system that's been around for over 100 years and really taking seriously our solemn duty to uphold the water rights priority system. So thanks for everybody's professionalism and commitment to continuous improvement in this system. We all count on it. We all eat the food that our growers grow. We're proud of them and their commitment for continuous improvement. And so thanks to staff for holding true to the integrity of this system.
I just, I should be on. Yeah, I am. It's a challenging time. I mean, our task is to implement the water rights system for the state of California, and I think it's very important to make it work and to show that it can work and to not lay out impossible tasks for making it work. And so I am comfortable with the hearing officer's finding and with the draft that they've put forward in being clear, as some of the commenters said, that they couldn't find enough to move forward, but they weren't making any finding of that it was there or that it was wrong. And I do think that we do have to work together with a different spirit than we've had to try and figure out how to make this system work in a way that makes sense, makes common sense as well as legal sense and practical sense, to give people some clarity, whether our staff or growers or farmers, to what to expect. And in this case, our staff has gone and we've gone where no one's gone before. So I agree, there was a lot to be learned, probably too much to expect to get it just right, but I think this is the right decision, so I will support it, and thank you for the good setting that you all put together, and I will just look forward to productive conversations with all moving forward as opposed to not moving forward, which is my biggest concern, because stasis is none of our friend, no matter what side of this issue you're on. So we'll keep moving forward and figure out how to do it, hopefully together, which is the best way to do it. So I will look forward to the next steps. But thanks for all the hard work. I know a lot of thought went into every word. Oh, yeah, no further questions. Yeah.
Both though, I have to do a shout out and say thank you to our IT staff Division of Information Technology, we received a number of exhibits, numbers of documents that had to be posted quickly, and they did an excellent job. And also a shout out to the webcasting team. I heard feedback that they did an excellent job on the webcast as well. So in addition to all the hearing team staff and everyone else involved, there are behind the scenes staff as well that all contributed to a very efficient process.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all. Item number 10.
I have just a couple of reports. One, Dee D'Adamo and I both attended a field trip to Marin County where we saw a carbon sequestration using compost as in pasture.
Where was this?
This was in Marin County.
Oh, I think I know this one. Yeah.
And they've been collecting data on it and have scientific data that show a GHG effect. It was very interesting, particularly in the as the whole administration is moving toward looking at the use of compost. So that was very enjoyable and very interesting, and I assume we will be following up on that. I went yesterday to a groundwater meeting. I've mentioned it several times already. 2 subcommittees were formed from that gathering. One on technology, where we'll be looking at new technologies that will be helpful in the groundwater cleanup world, and another trying to make it streamline the ability to find responsible parties. It takes decades sometimes to do this, and there's just got to be a better way. So there will be a committee set up to, particularly through enforcement, but looking at finding responsible parties.
So that tour was great and informative, and one of the things that came of it, and it's interesting with us adopting today's order on the general order on recycling, and how we had just adopted one about a year and a half ago, and so already we were coming back. And I'm, as a result of that tour, I think maybe a little open to taking a look at our compost general order, because there may be some standards in there that are making it a little challenging in order for these compost facilities to operate, where they're composting what we would picture as a truly just clippings and manure, as opposed to, the larger facility, a lot of, what we were looking at. And so I know that staff is working on a series of compost meetings. I think there's one in Sacramento, one in LA, and I can't remember where the third one is, where they will be seeking input from the stakeholders to find out. Continuing conversation, right. But as a result of that tour, and I'm going to attend one of them, and hope to be able to report back to you all, but I think that we may need to be open to making some adjustments, especially with the big push for healthy soils. Also have been working with some of the stakeholders on the winery general order, and I don't want to speak for them, but I think that some of the wineries that are involved with the Wine Institute, their environmental affairs committee, has had a couple of good conversations with our staff, and they are continuing to talk. I don't think that the industry as a whole is necessarily on board yet, but they're definitely more open than they had been in the past. And so it just reminds me, I think it's in light of us bringing the recycled general order back and then maybe having to do compost, it's probably important to just spend the time to front load the discussions to make sure we get it right as much as possible.
All right.
Engineering wing?
Okay, yes. Attended another Purple Pipe dedication ceremony in Pleasanton. Pretty substantial reuse project that we helped pay for with Prop 1 recycle water money, so it's money already going out from Prop 1. 1.3 thousand acre feet a year, so that's real water getting recycled by Dublin San Ramon Services District in concert with the city of Pleasanton. And I noted, when I went out to the ceremony, I looked at their conservation performance and confirmed they're some of the best performing, highest percent reduction areas in the state in fairly dry, area, not right on the coast. So, they're sitting at 40, high 30s percent reduction relative to 2013 and doing recycle water implementation. So I really had a chance to thank them in person for their exemplary performance. And later that day, May 26th, I presented the State Water Board overview and the California Outlook for Water to the Marin Conservation League. And there were folks, Armando Quintero was there from the California Water Commission and other water agency folks, so they could keep me honest. No, we had a great conversation, and I had a chance to give a statewide picture there to the area of the state where I live, so I was also doing something in Marin. A couple other things. On June 3rd, this last week, I went on a tour with a couple of folks from Department of Water Resources, Art Hinojosa and Gary Bardini, and I, and the city of Santa Cruz. And they gave us a tour of some of their water supply-oriented infrastructure needs, but also dealing with flood control, wastewater management, and stormwater. So it's a good integrated water management overview and some water rights implications. And I don't think they've worked with our staff quite yet, but in terms of moving water into local groundwater basins that might be out of the watershed and would require a place of use change in their existing water rights. But, creative out-of-the-box thinking. So it's sort of a preview to what some discussions we're likely to have with them. But they're also integrating the fish and wildlife needs for the San Lorenzo drainage, and they have bacteria management issues at the beach that they're trying to address, and endangered species issues and all these things. So it's exciting that they're getting their heads around the integrated water challenge there. The IRWM work that we helped fund early on, Prop 50, helped get a lot of these relationships and ideas going, and so they're really moving to the next step, I think. And then finally, yesterday, June 6th, met with representatives of Jackson Family Wines, and I got them together with our water rights staff in the Russian River area about looking at some proposals to groundwater recharge of high flows in the Mark West Creek drainage. And so I acknowledge staff's efforts to kind of cross-pollinate with our California Water Action Plan in-stream flows staff, so they were there at the meeting, and UC Davis professor Philip Bachand is working with the Jackson Family Wines. So it's shaping up to, and they're coordinating with Sonoma County Water Agency and their SGMA work, and our USGS modeling work that we've funded through SGMA. So this looks like a nice public-private partnership that's shaping up, and I want to thank Amanda Montgomery for really help explain the system that we've implemented in a couple places this year with the temporary permits in Scott River Valley and YOLO, and then taking the lessons learned from that and thinking about how it would apply in this setting. So that was, let's just say, a stimulating discussion, and folks are thinking about how to navigate the process to get a out-of-the-box type watershed solution in place there. So there'll be more to come on that.
Thank you. That was all great and good to know about. I don't think I have anything to add either that anywhere near as useful as what you all just added. So I will, we can move on. You know, I'm really sort of sad that there's not an executive director's report on here. On this agenda. I'm a little confused by that. My world has been turned upside down in 2 weeks, right? All right, so now we will, if I have this right, we'll recess into closed session. Have I forgotten anything? And we will go to the Office of Chief Counsel item to deal with California water fix first. We don't need to meet about Byron Bethany unless we've already acted, so we can do follow-up without having to do that now. And then we will go to our personnel item after the water fix discussion, for which we have an agenda. So with that, we will recess and we'll let you know when we're done. Okay, thank you. Can we have a till a 5-minute break to 3:15? So people can look outside, get a drink of water, use the facilities. What room? That one in the corner? Okay, got it. Thank you.